Hello world. Welcome to my Slay the Princess tier list stream. It has been a long when was the last time I streamed? I think it was at the beginning. It was at the beginning of June for all the showcase reactions. It has been a while. Hello GMT, hello Vermilia. Hello Q's Cafe. I hope I pronounced that right. Hello, Dustin. I'm so glad you all could join me. I've never done something like this before, so this is exciting. I'm just finishing up setting up the tier list. So just give me 1 second. I have custom categories and everything that I want to set up. So okay. I don't want to do this just by typical SABD. I have things in mind that I want to do. You know what? You guys can probably watch me while I do it. So let's go ahead and do PC display. Hang on, let me see. How do I resize this? I would love to resize you so that you guys don't have to see the ads. Edit transform. Close. That seems like... Hang on a sec. Let me go to this screen. Studio mode. There we go. There we go. That works. Perfect. Okay. That's much better. There we go. And now the big question is, what music would you guys like for this? Because part of me, I don't think I want to do the stream intro music. Part of me, do you guys want Slay the Princess music, or do you guys want so I have 3 options for you guys. Slay the Princess music, Persona lo-fi music, or Blueprint smooth, not like smooth jazz, but like thoughtful ambient kind of jazzy vibes. Which one would you guys be feeling? Let's see. This one's going to be, so while I wait for you guys to answer that, in the categories here, go with any of those, slight preference to STB bits the topic. Fair enough. Sounds nice. Seems thematic. Okay. In that case, let me do Slay the Princess OST extended. You know what? I want to do this one that I had done. No, thank you, Dunkin' Donuts. Oh my goodness. The ads. Okay, put that on loop. Can you guys hear it? Can you guys hear the music? No, you can't. There we go. That might be too quiet. Let me turn it up. Let me know if you guys can hear that okay, and how it compares to my voice. So the tiers I have in mind for tiers S through D are Slay, Assassinate, Backstab, Cremate, and Dethrone. That would be really funny. But the tiers I have in mind are, so S tier is live rent-free in my head forever, because there are some of these princesses that I'm never going to forget. We're good? Perfect. Thank you. These ones are going to be like the ones I'm probably going to think about for the rest of my life. My all-time favorites. Hello, Mishimaru. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. The next tier is going to be something like... It's like ones that are not as memorable, but are still really good. I'll just put like still, truly amazing. And then B is going to be, well, instead of B, it's going to be not my favorite, but still good, because there's no bad routes in Slay the Princess. And then C is going to be wish I could have spent more time with them. And then I don't think we need a D, so we can delete that row. Okay, so yeah, this is my personal how I want to rank this, like tentatively. This is gonna be my favorite routes, the ones that live rent free in my head. Truly amazing are the ones that like are just below the ones that live rent free, like aren't as memorable but still really good. This one is basically what it says in the tin. Not my favorite, but still good. And then this one is wish I could spend more time with them, meaning that there's at least one princess that I don't feel like I spent enough time with to really form an opinion on them that I wish I could have spent. Only 4 tiers needed? I think so. I don't know what else I would do, because I don't think there are any bad routes. We can add more though. We can always add more as needed. But for now, does this sound good to everyone? Actually, I'm gonna change the color of this one. There we go. Looks fine to you? Perfect. Do I have this looping? Yes, I do. Okay. All right. So, without further ado, let's get into it. And first, we have the adversary right here. I pulled all of these screenshots from Slay the Princess. Like, I reinstalled the game really quick to get these screenshots. So let me... Can I, like, open image in new tab? What does that do? Okay, yeah. See, so I can. Oh, it's never mind. It's zoomed in. I forgot about that. Whoops. An tier above S for the one that lets you live rent free in her head. Like my all-time favorite. I don't know if, but do any of them let me live rent-free in their head? I don't know about that. Maybe at the end I'll pick a favorite. Oh, also I should say, I do not have any of the regular princesses. I also don't have the shifting mound on here. The regular princesses, I know some people have preferences between the nice one and the stern one. They kind of like equate. They're kind of like equal in my head. I also don't have the shifting mound on here because I just want to focus on. You're good, Dustin. I just want to focus on the princesses that like can change because I don't want to. I feel like shifting mound and the regular princesses kind of like belong in a category of their own in a sense. Like I would much rather just stick to ranking the princesses that you can get during the routes where you can like change things. So first up, we have the adversary, a very respectable princess. I think this is gonna be hard to. I don't know. It's been so long. I feel like it's gonna be hard to talk about each individual route outside of just like pure like memory and feeling. Shifting mound is too distant to rate properly. Yeah, that's basically my thought as well. So adversary, it was a really fun one. Getting to see like the enthusiasm for the fight, her interactions with Stubborn, both her like us engaging in the never-ending battle, and then also when we went back and saw what happens if we refuse to battle, and then also what happens if we just try to beat her up without the knife. It was just all really funny and just a lot of fun. I think adversary would probably go in truly amazing for me. Yeah, it's not one of my favorites, but I think it's like just below that. It was a lot of fun, and it's definitely up there as, like I said, not one of my favorites, but like a very solid route. What do you guys think? Where would adversary rank for you guys? And it doesn't necessarily have to be like my list. Like you can, if you want, like in your head to stick with a regular S, A, B, C, D ranking, you can. But but I'm curious what you guys would say in terms of where you think the adversary should fit. Adversary is not your fave, but you must agree the route's truly funny and Stubborn against backwards type. Yeah, the interaction with Stubborn by far was one of the best parts of that route. That's where you would rank her not in your absolute top tier, but very good. Yeah, like one of my fave. Like that was such a hype moment. Like Stubborn bringing us back and then fighting the princess. But then I think I laughed one of the hardest times when we kept getting back up when we didn't have the knife, and she was just getting like more and more concerned, like are you like, what, like the limbs are not supposed to bend like that, are you okay? Hello, Aaron. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. So much options in the chapter. Interactions are fun. Yeah. Haven't seen this game. Just watching for fun. Oh my gosh, Mishimaru. You should go back and watch my Let's Play. This is... Slay the Princess might be my favorite game that I've played on the channel. It might be tied with Tunic as my favorite game I played on the channel. It's so incredibly good. You'll watch it when you have time? Alright, fair enough. Of like Perception and Love is just... There's no other game like it. And it scratched a very specific itch that really just made it so good. Next up we have The Tower. And for me, The Tower is like... I think because I was struggling so hard to get the paranoid voice in Apotheosis, Tower is the one that I've kind of done the most. I kind of did the most during my Let's Play, I feel like. Love my channel, but haven't seen my Slay the Princess playthrough either yet. Subbies your Deltarune playthrough. Alright. Nice. Yeah, Slay the Princess is amazing. If you end up watching it, I really hope you enjoy it. And yeah, if you're watching my older playthroughs before watching Deltarune, then whenever you get around to Deltarune, I hope you enjoy that one as well. And of course, I hope you enjoy whatever you're watching. I don't know exactly what that is, but yeah. Hello, Momo. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. Peak tier list? Yeah, thank you. As you can see, I have my own little categories. So, The Tower, I feel like, excuse me, need some water. I have a frog in my throat. Yeah, people love the Dami mommy. Towers are just fine. People go for Towers, but you don't like her. She's good for what she says to accomplish. Love to hate her. Exactly. That's where I'm kind of at as well. The Tower is a really cool route. Like I said, there are no bad routes in Slay the Princess. But in terms of the princess herself, like the Tower is incredibly toxic. She is one of the ones I would like to spend the least amount of time with. Yeah, overall, like, when she takes over the narrator, that was a really cool moment. Like, that gave me goosebumps. But I think the route is just fine. Yeah, not my favorite, but still good, I think is where I'd put it. Loved my Obra Dinn and Disco Elysium playthroughs. Just started your Omori playthrough. Heck yeah! I'm so happy to hear that. Omori is another one of my favorites. I think the Omori one is really fun. And Disco Elysium is also a lot of fun. Obra Dinn, because it was my very first Let's Play, there's definitely some rough spots in there, but the game itself is just amazing. But yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. There's a bad route, the one where you just do what the narrator says. That's fair. Oh, I don't know. You have Omori but haven't beaten it? It's so good. I highly recommend it. For those of you who aren't in the Discord, I have to... I shared something that the devs had shared on Blue Sky, and I actually went and looked it up. Someone posted in the discussions tab of the of Slay the Princess on Steam that they had the discussion was titled "That's It?" ? And it talked about this person's experience with Slay the Princess, which was that they went in and their intention was to just do what they would do if they were playing themselves. So they went in, they spoke to the narrator, they asked questions, they went in, they killed the princess, they decided to stay in the cabin because they are apparently very self-sacrificing, and they would rather care about the greater world than like more than themselves. and then they got the quote-unquote good ending with the drawing, and then where they were disappointed because they said, in order to, like, they said, I know there's more to this game, but oh, hang on, this is like, oh, never mind. Oh, that was weird. It looped at a weird spot. Interesting. But anyway, yeah, they said, like, they would want to go through, they know there's more content, but in order to reach it, they would have to do things that they wouldn't normally do as, like, themselves, and they didn't want to do that. So they like, didn't question anything. They just fought, like, well, they asked the narrator questions, they said, but, according to their, like, mindset and morals, they were like, I don't want to do anything else in this game, and therefore the ending I got was disappointing. I think they ended up refunding it. I'm not clear on whether or not they actually did, but from what I was seeing, it sounded like they refunded the game after that, because they only got 15 minutes of playtime, because they refused to engage with the game outside of quote-unquote what they would normally do. Yeah, so they'd have to roleplay someone else in a game where you roleplay as a different character. Yeah, I mean, like, it's a choose your own adventure game, and to be fair, like, that's not for everyone. Like, I can respect that kind of thing is not for everyone, but, like, I feel like you can't be disappointed if you refuse to engage with the game on more than a surface level, because, like, you're telling me there's not even a single part, like, even if you are playing as yourself, there's not a single part of you that would, like, question whether or not the narrator is telling you the truth. Like, I know that in one of their posts, they said that they, like, did ask the narrator questions, and then ultimately they decided that to follow the narrator based off of that information. But, like, after, are you really telling me that after you make that decision, that's it? There's no, like, going back on that decision for you? I don't know. It was very funny to see. Yeah, self-sacrificing, blindly following something you're told without question. What a cabin on a hill to die on. Yeah, it was very strange to see, and also very funny. They were getting roasted in the discussion tab. Game should have been a first-person shooter or something. Should have been a David Cage game. I mean, like, I don't know how many early endings you can get in a David Cage game, but I mean, I'm assuming you would get more than 15 minutes. It's like the Stanley Parable narrator is sympathetic, but definitely not trustworthy. Exactly. And it's like, in order to engage with a game like, say, The Princess, you need to have the ability to question everything. Like, not everything is black and white. Like, even if you make a decision whether or not on, like, who to trust, you need to have the ability to question that decision. And, like, I guess that was just something that this person wasn't willing to do. I actually respect the really odd take, but if they refunded it, that does put me off a bit. Yeah, I can't confirm whether or not they funded it. I did check out their page, and it was and it was private. But someone else said that there was no record of them owning the game. So, like, I don't know. Politicians love that guy. Imagine that guy dying once in Counter-Strike and just uninstalling it. But, yeah, overall, just a really funny situation. Alright, so back to the tier list. We have the Spectre. The Spectre's a tricky one, because I feel like The Spectre... So overall, I think the Spectre is a very sympathetic character. One of the more sympathetic ones, because you have like the voice of the cold. You've like treated her poorly, and then in this route you have you can either treat her more poorly or you can treat her with like respect. And if you do, she kind of like treats you with respect back in a way. Hello, Noah. I'm glad your doing super day is going well. Who are we talking about exactly? We're talking about a guy who had, the devs, Black Tabby Games, had shared on Blue Sky, who they had posted in the discussion tab on the Princess to Steam page about how they followed the narrator, went in and killed the princess, got the good ending, and then were disappointed because they knew the game had more content, but didn't want to engage with it outside of what they would normally do as a person. And apparently what they would normally do as a person is follow the narrator and kill the princess. And so they only played it for 15 minutes because this person refused to engage with the game any more than that. Because they didn't want to do something that they wouldn't normally do. You've come to the conclusion that Spectre is your favorite chapter 2 by landslide, with multiple runs on its own leads to a great chapter 3. I think I agree. Like, I think between... it's not live rent-free in my head, but I think I would put it at truly amazing. For instance, everything is so silly. When engaging with any game or movie, you have to suspend your belief to some... or suspend your disbelief to some degree. Yeah. Like, you have to be willing to at least do things that are at the very least outside of your comfort zone. A little bit. Like, you don't have to do, like, the insanely bad routes, but these types of games can require you to make decisions for things that you wouldn't normally do. You love the Spectre? She's your profile banner? Yeah, I don't blame you. I think, my second favorite princess pristine cut. I think, yeah, the Spectre is, yeah, her, like, take on the world is very interesting. The fact that she like tries to get out of the cabin as a ghost, but she still can't. When you like let her possess you, it just, she's a very sympathetic character. I think she's very emotional, and she's very emotive as well. And the way it's like she's barely holding back her anger because she knows she needs you to get out. And then depending on whether or not you slash at her, that influences how she talks to you later in the chapter. Yeah, I love the Spectre's character. I love the info about the world you get when she possesses you and starts talking about how she sees the narrator and other voices. Yeah, that's also a really cool part. After what do I do now given the information I just gained? Actually, just unpossesses you like she promised. If you let her out, holds absolutely no ill will towards you. Yeah, like... Excuse me. I'm very sorry. I don't know why I have so much stuff in my throat. But, yeah, Spectre is a really, yeah, just a really good route. Just such a, like, you feel a lot in the Spectre, I think. There's a lot of emotional, there's a lot of emotionally charged moments in the Spectre that I think elevate it to, like, being truly amazing. Live, laugh, live, love, laugh, the Spectre. Love the Spectre. She gives incredible information about how the construct works. I feel like what goes unnoticed, how she's able to look past you, literally killing her but not returning it. Yeah. Exactly. Even like the subtle changes based on how you treat her are just really good. Alright, next up we have the Nightmare. And I think I'm also going to put this one in truly amazing because it's it's another one where it's like it's a very different set of emotions. Sorry for you're good, JMT. It's a very different set of emotions, but I feel like there is also a lot of emotion here. How the princess toys with you and like plays with you, but also there's like something else there, something like she is like very I'm trying to think about how I want to word this. She's very toxic, but in a way that's like almost like an air of mystery to it. Like there's, or like she is, do we count the narrator's nightmare in that chapter or the moment of clarity chapter? Moment of clarity I have on the list as its own thing. But I will count the narrator's nightmare in that chapter, which is honestly, that moment is, there's nothing else like it in the game. When she removes the mask. But like going back to what I was trying to say, I feel like she is almost like she wants to push you away. She wants you to be scared of her, but also it still almost feels like she's clinging on to you a little bit, if that makes any sense. Like her desire to toy with you and like her like wanting to like break you and stuff like that, it's almost like she needs to do that, or like it's just in her nature. Like it almost feels like it's not 100% her fault that she's doing it, if that makes any sense. I think that's what I was trying to get to. And it's hard to put that into words when the emotions are that nuanced, and I think there's a lot of nuance in the nightmare. In certain conversation, you wrote a whole mini essay on Nightmare. The moment of clarity is such an interesting way to portray a concept of fear. Yeah, gone back and forth in the Nightmare. It was very interesting in the beta. Wound up not really caring for her in your playthrough. Somehow changed to feeling kind of sorry for her. Yeah, like this is really cool. I'm really glad that we are having this discussion. It's very interesting seeing other people's perspectives on it. But yeah, just within the fear, I feel like there's a lot of nuance, and there's like a need to have this dynamic, and like in order to have that dynamic, she needs you. And of course, we can't forget heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Paranoid got his moment. It's her way of dealing with that her way of dealing with that trauma is toying with you. Basically, yeah. Like, it's something that she can't really stop, and like in a way I feel like it's kind of something that she wants to love about herself, even though she also knows she's hurting people. So yeah, I don't really know how else to describe it except for nuance. There is a lot of nuance. Think about her in the same way you think about most of the princesses that aren't for you. Kind of want to help her and have no understanding of what that help would look like. Yeah. Like, how do you go about fixing something like that? Yeah, she's afraid of abandonment and hurting, thus wants you to feel fear, searching for any connection. Yeah, kind of feel bad for her too. It's surprising how easy it is to kill her compared to the princesses. Yeah, I didn't kill her in my playthrough, but I've seen, I don't even think I've seen people kill her, but or maybe I have, like just like once or something. But I know there are a bunch of playthroughs that do end up killing her. And yeah, it's just, as far as I know, you just like stab her and then she just dies, like the normal princess. And so I don't know why this is. Hang on, I'm gonna fix this. Or maybe it's just like the loop is always jarring. I don't know. When it comes to extended playlists on YouTube of Slay the Princess, there aren't a whole lot of options, and I think I'd rather play this song than the main theme, just because I like Princess and the Dragon a lot. I like the music a lot more. Spoilers. A hint as to where Princess and the Dragon might be on this list. But yeah, if that becomes like if the looping becomes too jarring, let me know and I'll try to find a different track. But yeah, I think the taking off the mask sequence, the nuance of everything, and heart, lung, liver, nerves put Nightmare at truly amazing. I feel like this is where a lot of the princesses are going to go, but we will see. So next up, we have the Razor, and like, I don't know if I want to put her at live rent-free in my head forever, because Razor's really, there's a lot of really gross stuff in Razor. However, like, I'm willing to overlook that because the humor is so top tier. Razor's great, probably top 3 of the chapter 2 princesses for you. Remember during the dev stream topic, Princess V was like, we already have one of those. She was talking about the Razor. That's actually hilarious. I've seen the images of the clown princess on like Google Images and on YouTube in various thumbnails. That's really funny that the VA referred to the Razor as the clown princess. The gross stuff seems so silly, like oops all knives. The oops all knives is not necessarily the gross part. The gross part is like the body horror aspect of it, like the flapping arms. Didn't much care for that part of it. But the dialogue and the look and the yeah, all of the voices coming together and telling the narrator that they didn't that they don't need him to tell the story because they just want to hurry through it as fast as possible. The glorious sound design, the perfect woman. Sound design's great. Yeah, dialogue is fantastic. I am extremely tempted. Like, I'm very close. This is like, I'm so tempted to like make a tier in between these two and put the Razor there. You know what? I think I will. At a row above. So, put the perfect woman tier. Given how much you didn't care for the gross aspects, I'm blown away that Razor is above Spectre in your mind. I think just like the dialogue, like there's no other route like it. I think do I want to actually call this tier the perfect woman? And then I'll do that, I think. It's pretty funny as a tier name. Just to give it some clarity. So close to being rent-free. Like, it's close to being up here, but not quite. Razor's cheating anyway. She's not just a chapter 2. True. I did not separate the chapter 2 Razor and chapter 3 Razor because I feel like it's all like really similar. Not really similar, but it's all like super. It's a natural evolution that I feel like doesn't need to be separated. Yeah. And even like Empty Cup versus mutually assured destruction. The princess herself is the same. It's us that changes, and those changes are not big enough to justify separating them. She's the same person all the way up until the end. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, I think like just in terms of sheer dialogue, having all of the voices in the like, I'm not only ranking the princesses here, I'm also ranking the routes. And in terms of like the princess herself, the Spectre and the Razor might be a bit closer, but in terms of the routes, I do think Razor in my mind is elevated by all of the dialogue from the Razor and from the voices and your choices of like interrogating her and then like having the voices all kind of like take control of the story. I think that elevates the route in my mind. Haven't mentioned it, but the end of the Razor where Long Quiet exterminates all the voices in his head and fights or lets Razor destroy herself is such a cool moment. It really is. Like, and both, I think both of those are equally excellent. Chapter 3 Razor only leads down one path. Thus you think it's fair? Yeah, pretty much. You can give her the look. So yeah, exactly. The look alone elevates it quite a bit. All right, so next up we have the Beast. And I'm kind of torn between truly amazing and not my favorite, but still good. Like, I feel like the Beast is cool. I also consider that like all of these are incredibly unique. The Beast is very, like, it has a very specific tone to it that I feel like is unique to that route. Because you have like, it feels very tense. You have the music. You have like the basement completely encapsulated by plants. The Beast doesn't do it at all for you, sadly. Haven't even looked at all of her new pristine cut stuff. Relationship just not for me. I like her, but honestly, my least favorite type of princess is we barely talk to her. You spend most of the chapter fighting or evading her. Yeah, like all of those moments are really cool, and like the stuff that you learn when you are swallowed by her, when it's like, oh, I need you to leave the cabin, and then it's like, oh, I need to let you out. I need to give you permission to leave, and then trying to like dig at her. I think that moment is really cool. I also think the tone is really cool, and like the when she like snarls at you if you like dodge, those moments are also really cool. But I think, yeah, the reality is in terms of I also think, well, okay. Also, I also think her voice is really cool for the Beast. But when push comes to shove, there just isn't really a whole lot to this one. Like, there's not really a whole lot of emotion to it. There's not really all that much dialogue to it. In the grand scheme of things, it's like, it is a good route, but it's definitely not my favorite route. I don't know. I definitely would not rank it above Adversary, Spectre, or Nightmare, I don't think. Yeah, the Den is just so much better. Yeah. I think in a way we'll get to the den, because I think if I had just done the one where you fight her, I don't know if I would agree, but the one with Skeptic, I think, might change that. I like the hunt in this chapter of the Princess herself. I feel like doesn't offer too much. That said, it is very unique. Yeah, the uniqueness of it, it's so unique, and like that is one of the things that I really do love about it. But like, I don't know. In terms of ranking, I think I just have to put it here. I feel like half the chapter, it's time to do this spent in her stomach or trying to fight her. I mean, like I said, I think the moment, like when she swallows you, I think that is a really cool moment. It just not like, just overall doesn't do enough to elevate the chapter above this. Yes, she does. She does eat you. Most engage you with any live stream. Almost never type in chat, and only time I'm thinking about future things you're gonna type. I'm glad, Vermilia. I'm glad you're having so much fun with this one. I'm having fun. This has been a long time coming, so I'm really glad that I am able to finally do this one for you guys. Because I know a couple of people had requested that I do this, and yeah, it makes me very happy that I'm finally bringing it to fruition. Yeah, she does a lot of things to us. Okay, next up we have the one that's going to go in this tier. I'll just put her there right now, the witch, because so the only time that I spent with the witch during my Let's Play was getting to the thorn. Like, I gave her the knife and I didn't see any more of the route. And so, like, out of all the princesses that I played with during my Let's Play, the witch is one of my biggest regrets in terms of I wish I could have spent more time with her. I wish I could have seen her route on its own merits instead of as just a vehicle to get to chapter 3. But because I spent so little time with her, I feel like I can't really form an opinion on her. I have no doubt that she's good because, like I said, I firmly believe there is no bad route in Slay the Princess. But I just don't feel like I have enough info on her to really put her anywhere besides I wish I could have spent more time with her. Hot take, you don't like the witch? The big thing is Link to Thorn, which is the redeeming quality. I've seen a little bit of the witch's route from other people, but I haven't, like, so I know that, like, if you try to fight, the cabin ends up growing around you, which is what leads to the wild. I know that she is, like, depending on whether or not you let her go first, like, that's how you try to get her out of the cabin. I know a lot of people like her, but honestly, aside from the path leading up to the thorn, you don't like the chapter that much. Interesting. Love this route, just don't really give any redemption route directly in the chapter 2. You only fix them when you're in line. Probably what you really like is you get to see if you give her the knife. I think that the paths for her give texture to the thorn path. Interesting. I actually was not expecting so much, like, witch hate in the chat. That's very interesting. Okay, all of that being said, I love her design. I think like her voice and her design are one of my favorites for all the various princesses. Like her little like gremlin hunch and her witch's voice and her little cat ears. Like The Witch a lot, but the whole broken trust theme is just really good. That is also true. Like the vehicle of getting to the thorn, like it's a really good moment. Like seeing her stab you and then how she like breaks down after, like once she realizes what she's done, and like the confusion of it. That is a really good moment, and I really love that. I just wish I could have seen like her, what she actually is like. And so yeah, I wish I could have spent more time with her. I think that's going to be the only princess that goes into this route, or that goes into this tier. I think all the other princesses I've definitively spent enough time with to put them in, to like figure out which tier to put them in, so I think which is going to be the only one to go in this one. All right, next up we have the Stranger. My first ever route. Contrarian. Dragon Sweep. Hello, Sunny. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. Same to you, Raphael. Hello. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. Which is the chapter with the most ways for chapter 2 to end on its own? You really like that? That is actually really cool. The fact that there's a lot of ways for you to end on that chapter. That is very interesting. Maybe I'll have to go back and do a couple of witch routes just to actually get to know her character. Dragon Sweep. It is Princess and the Dragon that I'm currently playing as the background music for this. Never felt more alone than you take these. Don't really care for the Stranger. You're interesting. You just love Contrarian. Contrarian does kind of make this route. Like, I might be... So... Stranger's an interesting one, because you don't really get a lot of dialogue. The whole route is basically made by Contrarian. And then, like... For me, like, having Stranger be my starting princess, and then her being at the end, and that's also what I'm considering, because I noticed you just, like, Sunny, you brought it up, and Raphael, you're bringing it up as well. I don't know whether or not to include the ending version of the princess, of the Stranger. I think I'm trying to give the game this route makes you relinquish all choice. Want to play smart, the outcome is always the same. That is, yeah, like, no matter where you go, it's just basically becomes one route in this chapter too. That being said, I do love the, like, betrayal and consumption, fear and longing, like that whole sequence of you untethering is one of the most memorable moments of the game for me. I am willing to admit that it might be biased because it was my first experience with Slay the Princess, but that moment is so memorable. I feel like the Stranger is far too basic on its own. I feel like the only redeeming quality for this chapter is that you can find her at the Academy in the end of times. She can realize be served from a specific ending. That's fair. Like, the route is actually kind of basic. Don't like her specific ending either, although it does elevate base Stranger. That's fair. Same for me. I like the concept of the character itself, but kind of indifferent with the princess herself. Ending elevates her opinion. I think we need a little bit more chance to interact with her. The ideas are very good. Yeah, I see where you all are coming from. I think, like, for me, I'm going to put her in Truly Amazing because as an introduction, it's bonkers, and that was my experience with it. That was my like introduction with it. The untethering foreshadows each chapter 2 too. Exactly. Like, each of the 10 things the narrator says, I think is supposed to correspond to each one of the voices that you can get. and at the heart of it all, a feeling that can only be described as, or like an emotion that can only be described as love, pretty much. Her asking if you can help her absolutely pulls at your heart and lays the groundwork for the princess that I would love. Then she gets pulled away. Then you get to talk to her at the end, but you don't really get anything unique from her that you don't see in other two versions of that scene. That's fair. I think her ending is very interesting because I do think while the dialogue isn't all that unique, I think the perspective is slightly more unique than the normal princesses that you can get at the ending. And yeah, like getting to see, like, it's like a glimpse into what the game can be and what the game will be. Like, I don't think I would put her in the same category as like the Razor, but I'm willing to put her alongside, well, yeah, I think I'm willing to put her alongside Adversary, Spectre, and Nightmare, just because if she hadn't been my introduction to the game, I think maybe I would put her at not my favorite but still good. But because she makes for such a good introduction, and that moment of the untethering is such a memorable moment for me, I think I am going to keep her there. Can we rank the voices later too? I mean, we can. I did not grab screenshots for the voices because I didn't really know what to do for the screenshots, so I don't have like any photos for the voices to rank, but we can. I'll see what I can do. I'll see if I can find something. Your biased Stern Princess is your favorite version of that cabin ending, and most people don't get her for comparison. That's fair. Like the regular princesses are also really good. I think like the Stern one and the nice one are a little like equidistant in my head in terms of quality and like dialogue and stuff like that. I get why people like the Stern one more, but I don't know. I like both. Just to be clear, no 6 days didn't change your opinion on a placement, just hearing your own thoughts. I know. Yeah, you're all good, Vermilia. Yeah, it feels like a princess you never really got to know, so I'd use that tier. You made that you didn't consider before. Okay. It's just a list already. Okay, I can see if I can find that once we're done with this. You didn't get the Stern version of that ending? I did. I saw the only endings I didn't see were if I give the knife to the normal princess, or if I slay the stranger. But in terms of getting the princess out of the cabin, like escorting her out of the cabin at the end, I did do both the nice princess and the Stern princess at different times. I think there's already voices tier list online. All right, yeah, I'll look those up once we're done with this. All right, have to go find that. I don't think you saw it. It was after the nice one, like part. Oh, did I do it before or after Stranger though? I don't remember. It might be part 20, or it might be later than that. I don't quite remember. Don't worry about it. Okay, yeah. Next up, we have The Prisoner. And like this one's very interesting just in terms of the sheer amount of information you can get from her. I think I'll put this one in Truly Amazing as well. She doesn't quite live up to being like rent-free. Go rewatch the beginning of the stream on 3x speed, Seals. All right, have fun, Sunny. Yeah, in terms of the prisoner. Like, I feel like she's a really cool princess. The cutting off her head is really not my favorite moment. that moment is like Prisoner, like, way more than you should. Don't really get to talk to her much, but do like her vibes. I like her vibes too. I also, like I said, I really love the information that you get during this chapter. It's one of the more exposition filled chapters, and I really like that. And like her banter with like Spectre is a lot of fun. The one where you get to, the part where you get to chain yourself is a lot of fun. I just don't know if there's anything about it that really makes it like live rent free in my head, you know? Love the autonomy theme of this one. That's also true. This one's very thematic. Kind of biased for her since she was her first princess. Like how she and Skepta silently plans around the narrator. Interesting. We have two people whose first routes were the prisoner. Which I guess makes sense. Because if you... Yeah. Prisoner makes sense as a first route. She's clever and that always gets bonus points for you. I can see that. I think, yeah, in terms of routes, the princess is really good. In terms of personality, the princess is really good. In terms of, yeah, just like cleverness and how she treats you, like it's like a civil... It's a civil conversation bordering on almost hostile, but there's like also a mutual respect for each other in a way. I think it's the only chapter other than one where you can hide to the narrator that you are already in a loop if you don't screw up. Interesting. I don't know if I did that during... I don't think I did that during my Let's Play, but that is incredibly interesting. But yeah, I just don't know if I would really put her on this in the same vein as the Razor. Like in terms of memorability and living rent free in my head. Like when I think of princesses that really stick out to me, Prisoner is not one of them. So I don't think I can put her any higher than here. That being said, she is really good. Hello, Magpies! I'm glad you could join us. Super Day is going well. I'm glad you could catch this one. I know you weren't sure if you would be able to. The ranking is going well. As you can see, we have our 5 ranks. And we have some we've ranked a few so far. It's interesting that she actively tries to deceive the narrator without really knowing he exists. Yeah, she like, and I think that probably does play into the autonomy aspect of it, where why did the music stop? Interesting. So I guess looping this video is like glitching something out with either the streaming or because of the ads on the tier list website. But yeah, it's like she knows that she's not autonomous. She knows there's someone else pulling the strings, but she doesn't know who it is. But she understands enough that she wants to keep things a secret. It is very interesting. Unlikely to be here for long, but really pleased to have made it. Nice. Well, yeah. However long you can stay, I'm happy that you're able to be here. Like she knows something is up and just being careful. Exactly. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and put Prisoner here. Next up, we have the Damsel. Uh, hmm. This might be a hot take because I don't know how much people like the damsel compared to the other ones, but I'd be willing to put the damsel here because I think the whole route is like you don't care about the damsel? That's what I kind of figured. I feel like I'm gonna hear that sentiment quite a bit. In terms of like, it's kind of interesting because damsel is one of the like least. Well, actually, no, there is nuance to the damsel. Feels kind of basic, but that's not bad. And deconstructed is a very interesting variation. Exactly, like the deconstructed stuff of what do you want to do? Like the smitten. And the Smitten's very funny during the damsel route, except for the new pristine cut stuff. Damsel was really well done at the point she made you uncomfortable. Yeah, set up for happily ever after, but on its own it's meh. I can see that. I can absolutely see that. I think like it is a very basic route if you just take her upstairs and free her. But I think also like the dialogue from Smitten and like the interactions with the narrator and the way that like it's your first clue, or at least I think it was my first clue that like perception influences the world. Her entire character is built around being the least objectionable version of herself, the most pleasing version of herself. Yeah. This is why you're fine with you leaving soft, stern out. Prisoner and damsel are basically just slight evolutions of those. I didn't think about it that way, but that actually does make a lot of sense. In terms of like sheer memorability, I think damsel sticks out a bit more in my head than prisoner, and not just because of the scene where she hugs you. No, I think it's like at least for me during my Let's Play, I think it was my first clue that like perception has the ability to shape the world around you like almost immediately. And that combined with the Smitten dialogue, combined with the like deconstruction part of it. You weren't considering the hug scene might be a reason before you mentioned it. No, I'm kidding. That was meant to be a joke. Yeah, like I think there's like some level of nuance to the damsel that I don't know, I just feel like really resonated with how I perceive the game. Like when I think about Slay the Princess, like I guess it also helps that I believe you. I see we have a skeptic in the chat. I believe you. Wink. She's really iconic, especially if you get her early. Yeah, like I think it does help that yeah, damsel is like the typical princess. Like in terms of like Slay the Princess, damsel is about as princessy as you can get. I think the route itself as a whole is really good because of its concept, like the Princess 2, but not as much as the others. Yeah, like I think that's what elevates it. It's not necessarily the princess herself that elevates the route. It's like everything around it and the context of it. But I do also think there is some nuance to, like, there's no nuance whatsoever to the princess, and I think in that there is nuance, if that makes any sense. It's the princess pretty much. She's the most found princess according to the Steam achievements. That makes sense because all you gotta do is keep consistently trying to save her. She's one of the princesses where the more you think about her, the more depth and cleverness there is behind her writing and design. Exactly. Like, that's the fact that she is not nuanced in a way is where the nuance comes from. And I like that a lot. And I completely forgot that I had done that this way, but I think that's all of the chapter 2 princesses, because the way I did it when I installed Slay the Princess to get these screenshots, I just went all of chapter 2 and then all of chapter 3. So these are all the chapter 2 princesses, I guess, in terms of rankings. I didn't realize that my favorites were going to be Razor and Damsel. This is actually very interesting, seeing how I'm ranking these. But I think this is a good ranking. If I had to change what... Would I put... Because I put Adversary here before this tier existed. And now I'm questioning, should I put Adversary in this route? In this tier? Agree with almost all of my list. I like the dialogue of hers. If you say you want to destroy the world, she'll endlessly say that she will. That's really funny, actually. But see, now that we have this route, I'm like, should I put Adversary up here? Because like I think in terms of like sheer dialogue and stubborn, and Adversary is one of your absolute favorites. Just tell me they start moving her up. I think just like sheer the dialogue and all the different things that can happen, the never-ending battle, the stubborn bringing you back, and the fact that like the like I know the first clue comes in the form of the damsel, but like when you figure out like that moment where all of the dialogue pops up of like the princess cannot die, lie, the princess can die. Are you talking about how the princess cannot die? Like that is like that moment, and then the like making jokes at her expense, and then like when she tries to like the whole funny thing of like her punching you and being like with that, if you don't have the knife, and she's like body's not supposed to move like that. I think now that this tier exists, I think I am going to move Adversary up here. Adversary had a lot of really fun moments that will live rent-free in my head, but not the whole thing itself. Spectre... Spectre I think I'll keep here. While she is really good, I don't know if I would put her above this. You can show her. So glad you're here for this. Absolutely fascinating. I'm glad you guys could be here for this as well. I'm very much enjoying this conversation. You can show her the middle finger, and that is hilarious. I'm so sad I didn't get that during my own Let's Play. I still have no idea how to trigger that, but I love the fact that you can do that. Sheer amount of options dialogue puts her high on my list as well. Yeah. Stubbornness and delight in the moment, and the grit and willingness to keep going just makes Adversary one of your favorites. Spectre's adorable, love her face. Yeah, Spectre is really adorable. But yeah, I just don't know, like, the amount of emotional nuance is like amazing in Spectre. She's definitely high in this rank, but I don't know if her dialogue would be enough to like put her in like among these. And even then, like, I would definitely put Damsel below Razor and Adversary in terms of like memorable moments and dialogue. And like, because like when it comes to my rankings, I'm trying to take into account, okay, how was the route itself? How nuanced was the dialogue? How much dialogue was there? How emotionally charged moments were there? How much did I feel in terms of like whether the route was trying to be funny, whether the route was trying to be sad and stuff like that. So, and like which routes like stick out to me the most in those specific moments. So yeah, it's very fascinating. You gotta refuse to fight her and be an ass to the narrator, and he makes you show the finger. The first time you met the adversary was like, oh, boring, you seen her hot devil girl, and then she was incredible. Yeah, adversary has so many cool moments. All right, now we're getting into the chapter 3 princesses. And first up, we have the Eye of the Needle. Honestly, not a whole lot to her, I think. I think in terms of chapter 3 princesses, and just like princesses overall, Eye of the Needle is one of the most straightforward, like, there's not a whole lot of dialogue, there's not a whole lot of emotion to it, because it's just building on the pure fighting aspect of it. Eye of the Needle is among the chapter 3 that are about exploring stuff you couldn't see in the chapter 2, fight to defeat her or free her, stuff you can't do in Adversary. Yeah. Honestly, kind of disappointed the screen cut didn't expand her out, like the part where the stubborn and hunted work together to defeat her, though. Yeah, that is a really cool moment. Like, the way you defeat her is really fascinating and really cool. But other than that, like, I don't even know, this might be a hot take, but I'm not even really a big fan of her design in Eye of the Needle. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a good design, but I think out of all of the princesses, it might be my least favorite design. It just feels like very generic. Not even, I don't know. I'm just... like, it's still a good route and it's still a good design, but just compared to every other princess, it's just not really... nothing really stood out or really hit for me. I think you like Eye of the Needle more than most because of the Hunted Stubborn combo and the David Goliath theme. Do you agree the princess herself is Adversary plus? Yeah, and I prefer Adversary to Eye of the Needle. See more of that chapter as an alternate conclusion to the Adversary. Yeah, Eye of the Needle was I found was only really interesting when contrasted with Adversary and has a worse design. Again, felt like how can make hot dragon girl in the most boring way. Yeah, another one that's not for you. Yeah, she's fine, but she's not amazing. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I definitely prefer Adversary's design to Eye of the Needle's design. And the hunted stubborn combo is really cool. But it's like, I also feel like in this route, you barely talk to her. Like, it's all about trying to get her out of the cabin. And that is a really cool moment. Like, that chase is also really tense. But, like, there's not a whole lot of emotion. There's not a whole lot of talking. And it is just kind of like an expansion on the same themes as Adversary. But for the design, have you considered the thighs? You know, I didn't, but no. No, don't get me wrong. All of the princesses have good designs, and all of the routes are really good. There is nothing bad in this game. That's why I don't have like a bad route. I don't know why the loop is breaking on this. Like, oh well, if I have to reset it, I have to reset it. But yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't feel like I have a lot to say about this one. All right. So who are you that is so wise in the ways the music makes you sleepy? It is very peaceful music. This is one of my favorite tracks from the game. This was the track that I think I used the most in my Slay the Princess review. Next up, we have the Fury off of the tower. And I did separate the two. The Fury from coming from the tower and the Fury coming from Adversary, I think were different enough that I did want to separate them. And I would rank them differently. The Fury coming off of tower, I think I have to put here. Like, or I don't even know if I'd rank them differently. I guess we'll see. But like the design is really gross, but hello random commenter. I'm glad you could join us. Everybody's going well. Pristine Cut really gave the Fury a lot of love. She had almost nothing in the base game. Love the Fury, another one of your favorites. Has my favorite interaction with the Broken as well. Yeah, like I am shocked that like I've seen people play in Let's Plays. I've seen people play Fury pre-Pristine Cut, and I can't believe there was so little. Like I cannot believe that the route just ends after you get unwound pre-Pristine Cut. Like there's like nothing to that. And like I'm really glad I waited until after the Pristine Cut came out to do my Let's Play, because I feel like that elevated it quite a bit. The dialogue, like Fury Tower was one of the most memorable moments of the game for me. Fury got a huge glow up on your favorite routes now. Yeah. One from least favorite to one of your highest. Old Fury is kind of neat, but because it's, yeah, like she's mad. Especially the aesthetic and awesome music. The music is so good. The dialogue is so good from the Stubborn. Like that line, like there's so many lines that like, you are nothing, an empty void that dared to dream it was alive. If we're nothing, then why are we still here? If we're nothing, then how can we do anything? The same way we've always been. Being nothing has never stopped us before. Now end this. End her. That moment is so good. It's so good. Like that moment, I don't want to put Fury in Live Rent Free in my head forever, because like her design is like kind of gross, and there are other princesses where like the whole route would go up here, but that moment, you know what, actually, because that moment kind of makes up the entire chapter, doesn't it? Do I want to move her up? Fury might have your favorite visual design too. Love the dress made of her own flesh and blood. She is stunning. That's fair. Her design is like, it's a very striking design. I just don't know if it would rank as my favorite, because I'm not, like, body horror is not typically for me. Quantum Big Moment is really awesome. Another Stubborn insanity. Also gives Cold a moment to shine at the end, which he needed a lot. Yeah, I like Stubborn. Like I said, one of my favorite moments in the entire game. The bit that gets me every time is when going with Broken. She unwinds until Stubborn can't hold on anymore. She's still there. And Stubborn says no, and Broken says you're still here. Yeah, I got that with Cold. I did not get that with Broken. I got that with Cold. And I actually do have that princess here. But maybe, You know what? I think I might actually move her up here. Our first one up here. Live rent free in my head forever. Because like that moment, like that I just quoted, is so good that that is a moment that I will never forget. Hello, Gingerveer. I'm glad you could join us. Hope your day is going well. And but yeah, that moment, and like the fact that the entire thing where all the voices are cycling in and Stubborn is like, you narrate now, and like, you guy who describes things, you better start describing what we do. Like, even if I'm not the biggest fan of the design because of the body horror, the dialogue elevates it to an extreme to where like I said, I will never forget that moment. An empty void that dared to dream it was alive. And if we're nothing, then why are we still here? I will never forget those moments. You agree with that placement? Nice. And then next up we have the Fury after Adversary, which I know a lot of people like her more than this one. An empty void that dreamed it was alive is the name of the track as well. I knew that, yeah. And that track is so good. I think in terms of there's so many good lines in the Fury, yes, there are. In terms of Fury off of Adversary, when she is like pulling you apart, like, are you still there? Are you still you? I know a lot of people like this one better, but it just does not, it's not, if we're nothing, then why are we still here? Like, the dialogue in this one alone makes me like this version a lot, way more. Like her more than the other one. Yes, I'm still here, I'm still me, lives rent free in your head. Yeah, Adversary Fury really gave moments to either Broken Cold, which is really awesome. Also, she can do the pulling apart in the other version. Can she? I mean, I guess she can, depending on the choices you make. I don't know. These two feel different enough to me that even if you can get both of them, I feel like these two are different enough to where, like, I would rank them differently. I don't know. Hello, Aditya. I'm glad you could join us. Hope your day is going well. If Thorn isn't at the top, we riot. I guess we'll see. Thorn is on. We will see later. With the cage, it's one of the routes that flesh is broken in a different way than the rest. Fair, different versions of the route feel much different. Yeah, it's in Tower of Fury, she pulls you apart completely, even if you have broken. I mean, she pulls you apart completely, even if you have cold. But then cold is still around. In the Adversary Fury, broken helps you survive being pulled apart. I got cold with mine, and cold also does that. I didn't get broken. Broken with Adversary Fury is your favorite. To be fair, I did not get, when I experienced this route, I did not have broken. I had cold, and that route is still very cool, which is why I'm putting it here. Like, are you still there? Are you still you? The like counting, the way that struggle of like Hero and Stubborn of trying to hold on, and Cold like lecturing them, being like, you just have to let go. Hello, Sunny. I'm glad you could join us every day. Or yeah, you're back. The 3 times speed. I hope you enjoyed the rest of the stream before this. But yeah, I think like the dialogue in this version of the Fury is still really good, and I don't know, I don't really know how to describe it other than it's not this. Like that's the only reason why I would rank it below that. is because I think, like, just in terms of sheer memorability, Stubborn's lines are much more memorable than the lines in this other one. Even though, like, this one has some of the most unique imagery out of any of the routes, and it's very visceral, raw imagery. Yes, Sim, it's your favorite. Yeah, I'm glad someone agrees. Love Fury, specifically when paired with Cold. There's something very special about their bond. The interaction with Cold was really cool. I am glad I got Cold for this version of the Fury. Especially when he says, oh, she's kind of like me, actually. Like, where she's trying desperately to feel something, and she's trying to get you to feel something. And yeah, the Fury all around is just really good. Yeah, only route where Cold feels something. Yeah. The Fury all around is just excellent in terms of dialogue. In terms of my personal ranking, this dialogue is more memorable for me than this one, but both are really good. And I think that is where we're going to, like, put that. The Fury is so good. Yes, exactly. Next up, we have Apotheosis. And I think I have to put Apotheosis here as well. Number one, because the music's incredible. Apotheosis is one of my, if not my, favorite track in the game. And it's like that moment where that's another moment that is, like, kind of unforgettable for me, when the music, like, starts up, and as the narrator says, before you can take another step, the cabin explodes. You watch in sheer awe and terror as those lines from the narrator as the music starts up and as the cabin explodes and as the princess stands up is just so cool. The music is so good. The atmosphere hits just right. And then, like, even, like, I will admit, the moment with the sword and Paranoid was a tad disappointing. I wish it would have amounted to more. But that being said, that is still a really cool moment. Apotheosis went from one of your least favorite to your top 5 princesses, especially with the Paranoid one. By far our favorite fight sequence in the game. I'll give Broken Well deserved moment. Yeah. Apotheosis is another one that jumped up my rankings in pristine cut. Apotheosis one top 4 princesses. Imagine getting princesses Apotheosis first route, especially paired with other hand spaghetti consuming her or ripping her through the threads for long quiet to feel her pain. But with the sword can go 2 different ways. You got the worst one. Oh. Apotheosis is height moments also interestingly show the face of her godhood before ascending yourself, but just, yeah, just height moments and not enough for you. Yeah, like the part with the sword, I wish had more to it. At the same time, it is a really cool moment. And then stabbing her in the eye with Contrarian, also kind of funny. And then, like, that, when she, like, starts ripping into you, that noise it makes, one of my least favorite sound effects in the game, but, like, in a good way, because of how effective it is at making you feel, like, so uncomfortable. And yeah, like, if you choose to unravel her and, like, make her feel what you feel. Saw some people getting Apotheosis on their first route, also the wild one of the routes that foreshadow the world beyond. Yeah, there is also the fact that you get a glimpse of the outside world in Apotheosis, which is also really fascinating. And then, like, the way that the shifting mound takes her away when she's getting flooded with hands. like Apotheosis has really, just has really memorable moments. And dang it, the music stopped again. You know what? I'm gonna refresh this page. So you're gonna hear some ads.
Sleek AF.
It's pronounced sleek as.
You're gonna hear some ad. That was an ad for
At Olive Garden,
Homes.com.
we've spent years perfecting
tell.
every cheesy twirl and saucy swirl.
All right, loop. There we go. Didn't even know there was a sword version before this Let's Play. Watched pretty much 60% of Let's Plays. I feel like it's too hidden. To be fair, it took me so long to get it. Like, getting Paranoid as a voice in Apotheosis took me like 4 or 5 tries of going through Tower before I got it. It's hard to get. Or at least one of the harder ones to get. I think things being hidden in the game are kind of good though. If they were all obvious, it wouldn't be as exciting to find. That is true. That's a good way of looking at it. But yeah, that's where I'd put up Apotheosis. But probably my favorite part is the music. Did it first try, which is funny. That that is pretty funny. Getting Apotheosis with the phone requires you to do so much in the tower. The fact that your options in chapter 1 can prevent you from getting him also doesn't help. That's also true, because if you tell the princess in chapter 1 that you're there because she could end the world, that prevents you from getting Tower. Or that prevents you from getting Paranoid in Apotheosis. But yeah, the music alone is top tier. Next up, we have The Princess and the Dragon. And I don't think it's going to be any surprise that Princess and the Dragon is absolutely going in top tier for me. Like, I mean, I'm playing her music right now. One of the best tracks in the game is this one right here. I love the orchestral stuff and like these little violins going on, and the vocals are so good. Yeah, no objections here. It's your favorite, no questions. The moment when you finally get to see our boy in full glory. Yeah, and like getting to know the princess from there, especially like to be fair, I did not get the harsh princess during Princess and the Dragon. I got the nice princess. But I think that also, I saw in other Let's Plays that people didn't like Princess and the Dragon, especially the nice version, because they felt like it was missing something. They felt like it was too big of a jump to go from like Inspector, where you like deceive her into possessing you and then try to slay her again, and then in Princess and the Dragon, when she treats you kindly. I saw Let's Players say that that was like too big of a, like too much of a jump. Like there was something missing of like some kind of development where she would trust you again. But at the same time, I think that's a valid criticism. But also, I think the route has such a beautiful way of circumventing that. Exactly, let it go just like she has. It's like getting to know the princess through her own eyes, and like the dialogue from like before the long quiet comes down, and just getting to talk with her one-on-one without the narrator in your ear. Didn't mind it, extends her character from Spectre even more. This is the one you meant with you living. Oh, I get it. This is the one you meant, you living rent free in her head. I get it, Dustin. That's actually really funny. Also think you also need to understand some of the game for the jump not to feel jarring. Spectre even says something like, "I wish I could just show you but that's not how things tend to go for me, and that's what Dragon is. Yeah, I mean, like, for the record, I did not mind it. That jump did not feel jarring to me, because like I think the dialogue does a good job of reconciling that, because it's like you do have the ability to apologize, and you have, like, you even say, like, I think the dialogue option in Spectre of like, I can't think straight, there's too much noise, I think that also helps reconcile it a little bit, because it's like in the moment you can't really decide what to do because you have all these voices in your head, and it can be overwhelming. And it can feel a lot like a spur of the moment decision in that way. And then, yeah, like the dialogue with let it go just like she has, like, there's no point in dwelling on the past, we're here together now, might as well make the best of it. I think it's like, at some point, what can you really do other than just make the best of it? I guess the harsh version makes more sense with what you have done to her, but you like the sweet dialogues with the soft one. I agree. In theory, like, technically, the harsh one makes more sense, but the dialogue for the nice one is just really good. Princess and the world are formed by the body's perceptions, the voice of the body, so when they and the body die, the princess loses the disposition imposed upon her. That's also true. The inverted view, reusing the see from her aesthetic from the images. Should you be? Yeah, I agree. Also, quiet staring down the princess every time when they argue themselves is canon, absolutely hilarious. Harsh one can punch opportunities in the face. Oh, that's funny. Harsh one can punch opportunities in the face. That's really funny. I didn't know that. But yeah, and then yeah, obviously the long quiets dialogue, and getting to see like them from the outside and having them stare at you as they argue with themselves, and then like I did not see all of the route. I know there's like, if you try to cut her out on your own, you'll like shift between the two bodies. I don't know exactly what happens after that. So much good in this chapter, it's best in your eyes more than twice over. You can cut some of your favorite parts and it would still be your top pick. Yeah, and then yeah, for me, and then like this moment right here, this moment when you're lying in the grass and it's like the trophy where it's like, know her better than you know yourself. It's like it very much felt like you were seeing her for the first time, and like the empathetic heart of finally we know what we're both going through. Let's threat so much, there doesn't mission much the princess is. Names and titles of this game are so cool. Yeah, Long Quiet, the Shifting Mound. Yeah, I love the names that they gave things. I love this game so much. But yeah, so Princess and the Dragon going up top. They symbolize their characters too. Yeah, like the symbolism in the game with like the shifting mound, the long quiet, and how that interprets into like perception and change, and yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. All right, next up we have the Wraith, and so I'm almost tempted to put the Wraith here because I didn't spend a whole lot of time with her. And I know that people like, I want you a new Heart Cabin ending where you can be with the princess, like Princess and the Dragon ending. That I also wouldn't mind that. I would love an ending of either Happily Ever After or the Princess and the Dragon. Either one of those I think would make for really good ending princesses. But you can tell whether artists have seen the ending or not by how many wings they put on the Long Quiet. Oh, I didn't think about that. Interesting. I'll have to keep an eye out for that then. But, the Wraith is the most horror princess for you. She's very jarring, but you've gotten used to her and kind of love her. So, yeah, I'm almost tempted to put her here, because I don't even know if I spent enough time with her to really get a sense of what her character is like. Because, like, when I went through the Wraith, I was kind of like, she's alright. Like, she's very horror focused. She's kind of like Nightmare 2, like, if Nightmare and Spectre combined. Moment of Clarity is way more horror. All of them know that the version you see in the mirror, only 2 wings are available. Are visible. That makes sense. Okay. Moment of Clarity is definitely comfortable for you. Also just fine. Wraith is way more horror. Interesting. I love these different opinions we're getting. I know that, like, so I just went along with the Wraith during my playthrough. I did not try to resist her in any way, and I think if you resist her, you get more elements of, like, her working with Opportunist and her like doing more horrible things to your body. Wraith is fine, you agree with the placement. Not really a favorite, but found the moment Opportunist tries to appeal to her funny. Yeah, I missed, there's some kind of banter between Wraith and Opportunist that I missed during my Let's Play. That apparently makes this route really good. For me, like, my experience with her was just fine. Like, she is definitely, in terms of she's definitely like one of the most forgettable princesses for me. Wraith is kind of a dead end in story progression. You killed Spectre again, or killed Nightmare that you abandoned first. The relationship is at an impasse. Yeah, pretty much. Like, there's not really going back from it. Wraith design feels kind of not as unique as the other designs. I can see that. Do not like the way Wraith grabs your legs. Do not wish you'd spent more time with her. Yeah, there's a like the body horror and like the sound design is really not pleasant. But I do like when she kind of takes over for the narrator in a way that's different from the tower, where she's like, you cannot describe me into submission. The door is right there. That is a funny line that I really like. You cannot describe me into submission. Still good, but yeah. Good princess, but again, nothing against her, but other princesses are so much more incredible. I agree. If you look at views from her eyes scenes, Quiet didn't have those wings yet, but new routes. Oh, interesting. So even in like the routes in the pre-pristine cut, maybe he just had less wings. She serves that purpose in the story well. Yeah, Wraith knows what she wants and she takes it. Good for her. I mean, true. She just wants out, and she wants to make the process painful in the process. Say the descriptions of every pain inflicted on your body and slay the princess are visceral, incredibly done, and you love them. That is very, yeah, sound design in this game and descriptions are really good. It's like, yeah, they're really good at making you feel uncomfortable with these descriptions. But other than that, from a writing perspective, they are done perfectly. Yeah. Other than that, I don't know if I have really more to say. Like, Wraith is just kind of there. And I don't really know, like, besides what I've experienced, which wasn't all that much, I think that's kind of where my opinions end. Next up, we have the Moment of Clarity. where do I want to put the Moment of Clarity? Moment of Clarity monologue lives rent free in your mind. You can recite it word for word. That's really cool. I cannot, but like there are other times where I can do it. Oh, it's being weird again. Oh well. Used to not care for this one, like her better now, still not one of your favorites. You love Moment of Clarity. Section right before Moment of Clarity is absolutely rent-free. Same. The Nightmare, that Nightmare section is absolutely rent-free. Overall, I think I'd put Moment of Clarity here, on the same route as... on the same rank as Nightmare. Just because, in terms of the no choices telling you the story is one of your favorite experiences, that is really memorable. The Nightmare section leading into it is incredible. Just exactly what the princess experiences every time you go through the game. Conflicted with this one since you really like the moment leading up to the Moment of Clarity. The chapter itself has little going on. What are your thoughts on The Prisoner? Prisoner is like really good. It was like exposition and dialogue are really good because you get a lot of information during that chapter. The vibes and like attitude of the princess are really cool. The part where you train yourself is kind of funny. It's just like not as memorable for me as some of the other ones, but it is really good. Love her monotone speaking. I agree. Love the redesign they gave for the Moment of Clarity in Pristine Cut. Your existence hurts them. Got it. Yeah, the like that sheer moment, and I think that's like that specific moment would go like up here. That whole sequence will live rent-free in my head forever, I think. But in terms of the routes themselves, like, I actually think I would rank Nightmare over a Moment of Clarity. Like, this tier did not exist, I don't think, when I ranked Spectre and Nightmare. I'd be willing to put Nightmare up here, but I think I will, like, I think I'll keep her here. Just because it's not really the route itself that's memorable, it's just that specific moment that's memorable, which by proxy makes the whole Nightmare route memorable, and that kind of applies to this too. The art, the moment when she's free, is one of your favorite shots in the whole game. The art is really fantastic, and I do love her design. And like all of the voices coming in and being like, what I wouldn't give to forget what had happened, and like all of the choices not presenting you with all of the like lack of choices. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Cage is here. Cage is right here. I just took her, it's just her head though. Yeah, in terms of the routes themselves, they are really good. Like Nightmare and Moment of Clarity are really good routes. I want to make sure, again, I'm going to keep reiterating this, there are no bad routes inside the Princess. Grayed out choices are such a great touch, just like Quiet's true thoughts. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know if it's meant to be Quiet's true thoughts or if it's the construct. But in a way, no, it is kind of like Quiet's true thoughts, just like at that point you're broken. Like fully broken. And like, so that bridge between the two routes with that Nightmare sequence truly is spectacular. Everything around it is like good, I would say. And there's a lot of, like I said, I actually think I would rank Nightmare above Moment of Clarity because there's so much emotional nuance with Nightmare's princess, with the Nightmare. But Yeah, it's like, I think I put it in the same. Anyone know what the deal is with the chat XP thing? Is that a new YouTube edition? It is new. Yeah, it is new. Is that the thing? Is that why I'm seeing like, oh, number 1, number 2, and number like 3 for next to different chatters? I think I can turn that off. I didn't even know it was on, if I'm being honest, until just now. It's like, oh, I'm seeing like the people who are chatting the most or something. I have no idea. But if you guys don't like it, let me know and I'll make sure to turn it off for next stream. It's funny how the broken isn't there in the moment of clarity route, which is broken is there. All of the voices are there in the moment of clarity route. I don't think broken has a whole lot to say, but the voices are all there. There are times choices get grayed out in the game. It's him talking to the other voices. Hate you guys. Yeah, I hate you guys so much. That's true. Okay, so yeah, it is basically the things. Hello, Mirage. I'm glad you joined us. Every day is going well. Whoever gets the number 1 chatter today will be added to the perfect woman tier. It's really thrown off when you keep when it kept popping up next to you. I was surprised, but like I personally find it kind of cool where it's like, oh nice, I'm seeing who all is chatting the most. I don't know if I think it's supposed to act as like an incentive. I don't know how you guys feel about it. Let the perfect woman win. Don't really understand what it is. On number 1 spot, she was like 5 times already. That just means you guys are all talking equally. Whole concept of top chat is really weird too. How the messages ranks. They're all there, but it's not like special. Yeah, it's not special to Broken. That is true. I was expecting it to be more special for Broken because we are fully broken, but no, it's like all the voices. I get that, Magpies. Leo just uploaded a new video. Yep, new Claire Obscure part out right now. I think it's a little distracting. Okay. Like the little voices welcome the mirror at the end and are not afraid of something. That's also super unique. Yeah, you're right. You're a yapper even without the rank and steals your comments. Fair enough. All right. Actually, do I have the ability to turn that off midstream? Let me see. Do I have viewer activity? Stream settings? No, I don't think I do. Probably not without all of us reloading the page. Okay, in that case, we will just not worry about it. I'll make sure. I'm guessing here, based on the consensus, I'm guessing you guys don't like it. Here, let me just get an official poll to see exactly what I'm. Just to confirm what you guys are all saying. Should I turn off chat XP rankings in the future? Yes or no? Start poll. Yeah, feel free to vote in this to give like a definitive yes or no. Who wouldn't want to be the perfect woman though? What if we don't want to be the perfect woman? Do we just stop chatting? Well, you don't have to stop chatting. I think the chat XP is funny. No strong opinion, but I shall vote for the side you lean towards. Fair. Interesting. It's a bit more split than I thought it would be. I'll keep it up for a bit. We'll see how it goes. I feel like it's a trick question. What are rewards for being the perfect woman? Do you get custard? We want to be the perfect woman. That's fair. That's fair. All right. Well, we will see who the perfect woman is at the end of the stream, I guess. All I want to do is see me turn into the perfect woman. All right. Next up, we have the Den. And I think I'd be willing to put the den here. I think the design of the den is really cool. Isn't being the peak female form not reward enough? How did you post a video while talking to all of us? Oh. I don't know. Scheduling, man. It's just a thing. It's very handy. Love the rarely gotten eating each other version. Yeah, part of me wishes I had seen that, but at the same time I'm also satisfied with what I did see. Like the trial you have to go through to get the reward. Love the silent dialogue in The Beast. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot more emotion in the Den than in The Beast. Even though there's no dialogue, like the emotion in the face of the Den is really cool, and I think it also leads to a lot of cool, like, I think Stubborn and Skeptic both get really cool moments in the Den where like you kill her and she saves you, and like Skeptic helps her like save you. It's yeah, Den is just a really good route overall. Her design is also incredible. I love the design of the Den. And yeah, she's just like really cute, where she's like especially when she's like trapped and she's like pleading with her eyes, and then you like dig her out, and then she frees you and she saves you from the collapsing tunnel. Like, that's such a wholesome moment. Pretty underrated, you think, especially, yeah, the Skeptic route. Eating each other is cool too. It's the journey, not the goal. I cannot promise custard if you become the perfect woman, unfortunately. I don't have custard on me. Maybe, well, yeah, I cannot promise custard. Can we talk about how gigantic she is? 3 meters tall. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Den is huge. Like this, even like being splayed out, I cannot imagine how, like, it's hard to get a grasp of scale in this one, but I think in the cave it's like, yeah, she's massive. The Den rescuing you is so nice. Yeah, that is a really nice moment. Narrator was fuming about it. Yeah, the dialogue from the narrator is also fantastic in that route. Both of you starve while buried separate is one of the most morbid routes. I didn't even know that happened. Oh, that's probably when, like, if you like don't, like, if you flinch and she like tries to kill you, but then she buries both of you. Love her Den, 3 doors. +1 gem for free. Love how she is portrayed and drawn as equally terrifying and adorable. Alright, have a good rest of your day, magpies. Thank you so much for stopping by. I'm glad you were able to join for as long as you did. And yeah, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh man, I need water. I've been doing a lot of talking. Yeah, if you guys don't have drinks, feel free to keep yourselves hydrated. Alright. Love how she's portrayed and drawn as equally terrifying and adorable. Yeah, okay, I read that one. Have I watched any anime recently? The last anime I watched was Solo Leveling Season 2, which is really good. How they portray her humanity in her animalistic form, her eyes saying, "What have we done?" is a good moment. Yeah, like, the way the dialogue is handled with, like, her eye, it's like her eyes are saying, like, "What have we done?" Like, "I'm cold, I don't want to be cold." Should get a drink that will dehydrate me. I think that's like coffee and alcohol, which, I mean, if that's what you want, I guess you can by all means. Salt water. Yeah, salt water would also dehydrate you. That would also do the trick. Pull us closer. Your 1 liter tea mug. 1 liter. That's a big mug. I didn't even know they made mugs in a 1 liter size. But tea does sound really good right now. I would love some tea. Chug your tea and have some juice by the desk. I just have some water. I'm super basic today. All right. Next up, we have the Wounded Wild. And I'd be willing to put her here, I think. The, yeah, salt water is your drink of choice. We Are a Path in the Woods. Very underrated. Just starting the chapter with the princess talking was amazing. The Wild used to be in your top 3 pre-pristine cut. Yeah, like, and just to be clear, I do have the Wounded Wild and the Networked Wild as different things, and I am going to rank them differently. The Wild theme is your favorite OST. The Wild theme is really good. Like, how the vocals like fade in and out, how it mixes with the long quiet in such a like surreal, unsettling way. It's the music is really good. It's in terms of routes, the Wild is one of the most unique routes that you can get. And the dialogue is also awesome. In terms of the Wounded Wild, I feel like, yeah, both Long Quiet Noises and Shifty's theme. Yeah, such a good song. In terms of the Wounded Wild, I feel like I didn't spend a whole lot of time with her. But I think the moment when you, like, whether you stab her or you pull her from the tree, because, like, in my Let's Play, I stabbed her. But in, I've seen Let's Plays where they, like, pull her off the tree, and it's, like, such a sad moment. Well, it was really good. Dropped a smidge for me when Prince and the Dragon Excuse some similar concept much better. Still has plenty to offer. Hello, Nightmare Kisser. I'm glad you could join us for days going well. No stream and people break the princes and voices. Fun justifications are always interesting. Yeah, we are pretty far along, but yeah, if you want to rewind the stream and watch from the beginning or watch the VOD, like, I hope you have fun with it. This has been a lot of fun. I've really been enjoying this, and like we've been having really good conversation in the chat regarding things, getting everyone else's opinions. Like, this has been really enjoyable. So yeah, I hope you enjoy it as well. Drawing away the calm demeanor, snaps into screams are great. Yeah, like the it goes from like super calm to being like super like visceral screaming to just like soft. Like, the Wounded Wild is so sad because even when you stab her, it's like it doesn't feel good. Alright, GMT. No worries. Love her being melted in your tree adds to the theme of her being everything that changes. Prince itself, the cabin, and the woods. Yeah, and even the moment when you separate from her, when you see the construct itself like tear and the cabin being revealed. Like, the Wounded Wild, even though you don't spend a lot of moments, even though you don't spend a lot of time with her, it is one of the most emotionally charged moments in the game, I think. However, that being said, the Networked Wild. The Networked Wild is so good. Left such a huge impression on you since at the time it was the only chapter where the two of you merged, and it was the first time you see outside the construct before the pristine cut. Yeah, so the Networked Wild, the Tease of the World Beyond, the music, because like when you do the networked wild, it introduces more of like more of the princess's theme comes in, because you don't just get the voices, you also get the piano coming in if you do the networked wild. Also, some of the best narrator voice acting. The narrator in the wild is might actually be my favorite. Tied with Happily Ever After, I think. But like, it's also one of those moments where it's like I can hear the narrator in my head during that moment. Yeah, like the lines of like, you stretch and search and stretch and search, growing as you decay and decaying as you grow. As you strain beyond your limits, the world underneath you becomes dry and unstable and crumbles into nothing beneath you. This place will fall apart before you find its end. It's like that. And then like what you said, Sonny, if I have to starve you, if I have to sacrifice my world to keep the princess at bay, I'll do it. Like that whole, it's very rare. Like the narrator gets angry a lot, but it's rare. Like the networked wild is like the only moment where you hear the narrator being legitimately angry, and like being like no other route presents the narrator like that. Like, don't move an inch, don't harvest the remains of another dying creature, or no, it's like, don't grow another blade of grass or harvest the remains of another dying creature just so you can grow that much further. Stop all of this right now. Like that voice acting is so good that though that moment will live rent free in my head forever, and like shatter it and free us all, and like seeing the world outside, like that is such a, if you get that in your first route, and like even before you get apotheosis, even before you get the shifting mound, it's like seeing that, like even because like getting the wild in my second route, like see that's such a fascinating moment. Blade of grass, like the other world repeating over and over. Exactly. He mentions vibing with the princess. I don't remember that. Or maybe is he when it talks about like you vibing with the princess? I would get that. But yeah, just in terms of routes, maybe the most unique route in the game, the wild. Best narrator dialogue. Some of the best music in the game. After I got done with Slay the Princess, when I was trying to search for reactions and like let's plays, this is one of the ones I searched for the most. People reacting to the networked wild. And it's a shame because like I feel like it's rare, because a lot of let's players don't play all of the routes like I did. A lot of let's players only played it once, which is fine. Like I understand why people do that. And I hold nothing against people who don't go exploring other routes beyond getting Shifting Mound for the first time. Excuse me, I apologize. But it always makes me a little bit sad that there are so many people who don't see this, because it is by far one of the best things in the game. Like how it's kind of like a mini version of the ending where you either leave the construct or save or slay the heart. That's also true. It is, because at that point it's like you are one, but at the same time not one. So it is kind of reflective of the Shifting Mound. in a way. It's like it's the closest, besides the apotheosis, it's the closest you get to like your original form. Or not even like, because apotheosis is the shifting mound describes apotheosis as being incredibly close to her, but the wild is the closest you can ever get to being what you originally were. I was looking forward to seeing people's reactions to the wild. Yeah. And it makes me sad that there aren't a lot of them out there. Like, as far as I could find, there are not a lot of reactions to this specific route. And that makes me a little sad. Alright. Interesting, I'm looking at the poll. It's now extremely split. 54% saying I should, 46% saying I shouldn't. I find that very interesting. Maybe I'll have to end up being the deciding vote. My personal take on like the chat XP and seeing the rankings from like my perspective, being on the streamer side of it, is like, I don't mind it. I actually think it's kind of cool that you can like see like the various like, oh, this person's chatting a lot. Like just seeing the top 3, I feel like it's like, ooh, rankings. That's kind of cool, but like I can understand from a viewer perspective why it'd be kind of weird. But yeah, wild is beautiful. Yeah, one of the most beautiful routes in the game. And with that, we are moving on to Thorn. And I know people will be mad at me if I don't put her on top. But also, like, I agree. She is, in terms of like rent-free, she's definitely like, for me, below Wild and Dragon. But she is very much living rent-free in my head, and not just because of the kiss, because like the kiss is a really good moment in its own right, and it's such a funny moment, but also such a like genuinely sweet moment. We love our emotionally damaged plant elf waifu. But also just like, even among, like, I've talked before about how like emotionally charged moments, Thorn is probably the, now again, I'm like, Thorn is one of the most emotionally, I was going to say Thorn is probably the most emotionally charged princesses, but then I think of one, there's one that could probably top it, which we haven't gotten to yet, that we'll talk about later. But yeah, Thorn, the amount of emotion behind like, I don't know what you want from me, like, how do we trust each other after what we've done? Like, there's no way you can't feel sorry for her. It is the only moment you can kiss her. Yeah, and a perfect moment we can finally trust each other. Exactly. Like, there's so many emotions associated with Thorn. Comment on something you for earlier. You mentioned that you saw a lot of people stopping after one run. So glad you kept going after your initial run. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad I did too, because like there was a like consideration of like, I think I talked about it, where like I was like, I don't know if I'll keep going after the first run, and like one of the reasons why I did was just because it felt really short. But like every single route is worth experiencing, and I'm so glad that I did. Like me, some enemy to lover story. Path to Redemption was greatly executed. Yeah, and it's like, it's so understandable. It feels so organic going from, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can only get the Thorn from the witch, because like it's like you betray her and then she betrays you. And it's like, only the Thorn can only come from that like such a feeling of betrayal and then a feeling of reconciliation. And like, I know you can like abandon her or you can try to kill her and then the thorns like overtake you and stuff like that. And like, I couldn't bring myself to do that because it's like, how could I? Love the other version too, where she swallows the knife to spite you. Welcome back, JMT. I don't know what you want from me is one of your favorite line deliveries in the game. Yeah. Thorn is one of the routes with the most baggage. When you go to her, she trusted you and you betrayed her in chapter 1. You trusted her and she betrayed you in chapter 2. Or Pendulum and the others. Yeah, it's like there's a lot to sort through. And again, one of the most emotionally charged routes in the game. While I like the Smitten route much more, I think that Cheetah is great too, since he went from just trusting her to understanding they're much more similar than they thought. Yeah, I think the Cheated gets a lot of hate compared to Smitten, but I love the Cheated in that route as well. Yeah, you do have to be the worst person to see her spite you. Thorn's voice is closest to Nicole's natural one, according to her. Oh, that's interesting. That's cool, actually. But it's interesting that for how much of the game is about making your choices, this route pretty much punishes you for betraying her here. Almost like the devs couldn't bring themselves to do that. Exactly, like, I couldn't bring myself to do that. Like, in terms of... It's kind of funny, going back to the one guy who refused to engage with the game because he was so unwilling to quote-unquote do things that he wouldn't normally do in real life. But they did that to such a great extreme that they couldn't engage with the game beyond the fake good ending. Like, Thorn is where I kind of set my own boundary in terms of that. Like, I don't think I could bring myself to ever go back into Thorn and see the routes where you kill her or abandon her. Like, I don't think I could ever achievement hunt in Slay the Princess because it would make me do things that are so outside of my comfort zone that would cause me such emotional pain that I don't think I could go through with it. Yeah, it's the not wanting to go the evil path in the game, exactly. It hurts a lot trying the options when you betray her again. Yeah. Thorn is your whole favorite, just going from hating each other to like trusting you, it's peak. Yeah, I absolutely understand why for this one, why Thorn would be people's favorites. Willing to do stuff like that to see scenes, but at that point you're disconnected from the character. I completely understand that too, but I don't know if I could fully disconnect. Like it was so hard stabbing Spectre after I got her to trust me. Like, you guys heard that. Those of you who saw my Let's Play, you guys saw how hard it was for me to get Dragon. And I even considered going back and reloading to mistreat Spectre, or to mistreat Spectre so that she would hate me, so that it would be easier for me to stab her. Because, like, her dialogue was so... Like I had such a hard time bringing myself to do that. Excuse me. Doing things that make you feel bad. Stages of grief ending where you and her are trapped forever wrecked you. I can understand that. That was like a purely experimentation thing. Like that one I was able to disconnect, but I can absolutely see why it would, like, it's really sad. It's interesting that betraying her doesn't count for the your new world ending. I can, that is interesting, but I can understand it, because it's like, in that moment, you're not overpowering her. Like, I think the main thing is with that is that you aren't proving anything by killing Thorn. Like, all of the choices to get the Your New World ending are like, you are proving yourself superior to her in like a fight, or like you are proving that you can exist without her. Like, it's not even that like you can prove yourself superior to her, you're proving that you can exist without her. In Thorn, you aren't proving anything. Like, you aren't proving yourself superior to her, you aren't proving that you can exist without her. It just kind of like feels shitty to kill Thorn. Because at that point, she is just so broken down. You're proving you are pettier than her. Yeah, pretty much. No pain, no gain, as they say. Yeah, Spectre's the sweetest person. Yeah, like, that is where I draw my own boundary of like, there are certain things that I am not willing to do because it would hurt too much and I don't want to see it, and I just would not do it. Like, that is so far removed from myself that it's like, I just can't. Gotta head out. All right, have a good rest of your day, Dustin. Or night, I guess. Thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate you being here for as long as you were. New world, we're clashing on equal terms. Thorn or saves the grief hurts because she trusts me. Yeah. It's more falling back into a pattern that overpowering, not caring. Pretty much. Oh my goodness. Water. So, yeah, all in all, just, Shivering Mountain is ready to fight. After beating her, offer her mercy, she wouldn't take it. That's how that goes. If I'm being honest, I find that a little bit... Like, I talked about it in my review. And I also talked about it in my last video for Slay the Princess. I do wish there had been more. I do wish there had been a separate ending for if you offered her grace. But at the same time, I absolutely understand why they went with that. Because that fits her character so well. Like, yeah, I think the devs probably thought if you offered her grace and she took it, it would compromise her character in some way. And like, so even though, yeah, I would like another ending off of that, she is so uncompromising in her character that I totally get why that would be a thing. All right. The Gray. You have to dip. All right. Have a good rest of your night, Raphael. Thank you so much for stopping by for as long as you did. I really appreciate it. This has been a lot of fun. I'm really happy that everyone has been, like... There have been so many people, and we've all been having such good conversation. This is really awesome. So yeah, thank you guys so much. All right, The Gray. I'll just do both of them. I don't particularly care for the Gray, either one of them. I know a lot of people love the Burned Gray. But like, I don't know if I can really rank one above the other because I don't really care for either of them. Thing kind of does. Final Princess says it. She's an underliving force that has to be right. Exactly. And yeah, she is uncompromising in that regard. Both of the Gray didn't like originally. They got better in Pristine. Still wasn't enough. Yeah, personally liked the Drowned Gray more. Most horrifying princess has ever been. The Blooded Corpse is scary. Yeah, not really one of your favorites as well. Yeah, for me, like, the sheer horror of, like, seeing the princess burn in front of you, like, even in terms of, like, all of the imagery in the game, the Burned Gray was one of the hardest for me to watch. If not the hardest for me to watch. like that imagery was just so, I don't know if terrifying or gruesome would be the more appropriate words, but yeah, it's like that was really hard for me to watch. The voices for both of them are really good. And I totally get, especially I feel like there's more emotion in, if I had to choose, I don't know. Burned Gray, I feel like there's a lot more emotion and a lot more emotional nuance to it. Or I don't even know if there's more emotional nuance. There's just more emotion overall, I guess, which is the point of the Burned Gray. But like, again, really hard for me to watch. The Drowned Gray has a lot more emotional nuance, but a lot less emotion. I do think the route, again, but still good. The route, there's no bad routes in Slay the Princess. It's interesting how the Greys are included in the New World ending, even if it doesn't end well for you. Yeah, because it's like, it is weird, because it's like, it's your, according to the ending, it's like you are kind of overpowering them, because even when they try to drown you or burn you, it's like they can't drown you or burn you, but that's only kind of because you got down to the mirror. But like, I don't know, the Greys being included in that kind of surprised me a little bit, but I think I understand it. But yeah, yeah, I mean, there's I want to say there's not a whole lot to them, but that feels a little bit unfair. But also, like, I just didn't really feel a whole lot for the Grey. I didn't have a big emotional connection. I think the game mentions that winning over the Sharptooth Elves is what made you overpower them. I guess. But like, I guess that makes sense. But yeah, Grey is just not my favorite overall. Excuse me, my goodness. All this water, drinking the water really fast. Love how the Burned Grey showcases more of the voices banter. Smitten hates Cold, but he's unfeeling. Cold loves Smitten, because he promises to make him feel pain and suffering, and he wants to feel truly. That, I do love the dialogue. Like, the dialogue is great. Constantly. The dialogue is great throughout, and that doesn't change in the Grey. And I do actually really like that moment between Smitten and Cold. But yeah, overall, just didn't feel a whole lot. Burned was hard to watch. Grey just didn't have a whole lot to it in terms of dialogue. So yeah, that's where I'd put those. And now we have, like, when the dam breaks OST. That's true. I'm looking forward to it. Who says that line? Is that the Cold? When he says, like, oh, I'll make you feel like, I'll make you feel more pain than you ever felt. Smitten being one to actually pique Cold's interest is fun. Yeah, that is true. The dynamic. The dynamic is really good. I do really like that. All right. Next up, we have the cage. In my opinion, this is probably a hot take. In my opinion, the cage is the weakest of the three pristine cut new editions. However, cage is still, like, it's really good. Like, I'm not really ranking these in terms of like, I'm not really ranking these within the ranks, but Cage is really high for me in like this tier. Just below Rent Free for You. Love Cage because it gives us voices rebelling. That, yeah, when they, when you try to throw away the knife and they don't let you. Also more quiet body reveal moments. Yeah, I just love the themes of Cage. Like, how sad it is, and like the sheer, like, how the autonomy theme in Prisoner is like fully capitalized on in The Cage. The dance with the bodies fighting while you just watch. Yeah, it's so sad. Love the theme of autonomy. The Prisoner explores, and The Cage is the extension of that. Yeah. The sheer emotion of like, well, like seeing how the princess has basically given up, and like when you both are just laying on the ground as heads watching the two bodies fight, and then when you give her hope again is also just really cute. And this is another one where like I could never bring myself to throw her back in the pit. Like, that is another one where I could never achievement hunt, because I will never go back to the cage and pick that option. I will never throw her back into the pit. Yeah, I wake up in chains. This one's quite good. Yeah, it's and also the music is so stunning, just like so sad with the princess slash like apotheosis theme, or like the same chords, that motif. Able to do it, but only because it was hilarious. Oh my goodness. See, I wouldn't be able to disconnect myself from that. One of the worst things you've ever done. I cannot, yeah, I would not be able to disconnect myself from that. I won't ever do it. I cannot ruin such a wholesome moment of like giving her hope. Like, to betray the throne, you have to be a monster, dump the head back down is like cartoon villain. And that's fair. That I can, I get that. Tricked my friend to oh my goodness. Tricked my friend into throwing the head back into the pit and then laughed at her pain. How could you, Sunny? How could you? I feel sorry for your friend. Wow. My goodness. But yeah, just like the themes and the music and the Mr. the narrator, Sunny the master manipulator. Friend is very funny when she's shrieking about how evil you are. That does sound pretty funny, actually. But yeah, The Cage is just, love the themes. I think so. Hot take: the broken in The Cage, I think, was overhyped. I was expecting to have him to have more of a moment, like more influence over the events. Still, I think his dialogue is good. His like understanding of how the cage is given up and how sympathetic he is towards her. Yeah, it is good, but I do think it was overhyped a little, just a little bit. And then last but absolutely not least, Happily Ever After. These are like interchangeable, but Happily Ever After. Like, yeah, you guys already know. Happily Ever After is incredible. Happily Ever After will live rent-free in my head as one of the routes that I will never forget. The, yeah, first pristine new ending, thought it was going to be you thought it was going to be your favorite, nothing else would come close, and then, yeah. I can totally understand liking Dragon more. Absolutely. Happily Ever After. Yeah, not a knock against it. Yeah, I get you. I completely understand you, Vermilia. Happily Ever After. Yeah, the allegory is so good. Of like, not only an allegory for love, but like an allegory for things that continue past their limit. Like when I first, when people first brought it up to me in the comments of that video, of like, when they said they interpreted it as like a commentary on game development, of like the of like, or like not even game development, of like continuing the game past its natural closing point. I was like, oh yeah, I can see that, but like in the moment that wasn't how I saw it. After I've since seen a couple of analysis videos and like a couple of other people look at it in that context, and now I fully agree. I think it's brilliant. That's such a brilliant interpretation, and honestly might have been part of what the devs were going for. Happily Ever made you cry? It almost did for me. I think like I have wept at Happily Ever After before as well. Like not during my Let's Play, but like after the fact, watching it again. It's such an emotional, like, this is comparable with Thorn for me as the most emotionally charged route. But yeah, for you, Happily Ever After, Path of the Dragon, or Princess and the Dragon and Thorn, interchangeable for your top 3. Really get emotional. Happily Ever After came really close. Yeah, route which truly shows the terrifying obsession could be. Smitten isn't just the funny annoying. Yeah, he's obsessed with love. This is a love story. Yeah, it shows, like, it takes the concept of like being a love story and kind of flips it on its head. Theoretical list, Princess and Dragon top tier by itself. Happily Ever After is in the second tier by itself, and then tier below that is S tier. I mean, that's basically how. Yeah, I fully get that. The fact that this route makes Mitten into the no joke the strongest of the voices, being able to tear himself away from the body for the sake, all through his pure delusion. Yeah, it's so unique. It's also like, that's why it's meant to be an epilogue, because it's also like it's an epilogue for the narrator, because, and I've heard that's why it's labeled as an epilogue. It's the one where the narrator finally realizes the error of his ways. It's the only route where the narrator is finally capable of seeing a perspective that isn't his own. You're all good, Aditya. Yeah, Happily Ever After is central to the game's whole theme. I fully agree, and like it's I love her design with the dagger on the as the necklace. I know about Squid Game. I haven't seen any of it though, but I know about it. I know that season 3 just dropped and I heard it's not very good. But yeah, when you kill Happy, your only words are along the line. Oh, I didn't know that. When you kill her, her only words are "finally this is over." I don't think I could bring myself to kill Happily Ever After. However, I have heard that if you go to grab the knife, Happily Ever After is the only route where the narrator asks you straight up to not do it. Like, at the end, when you finally are able to get up from the table, he's like, don't kill her. And I find that so, like, it's so, that's such an emotional thing. And then, like, going back to, like, the thing about game development, it's like, I fully get, like, people who play Slay the Princess over and over, it's like, for achievements, it's like, at what point are you no longer enjoying yourself? Like, at what point are you experiencing the game just for the sake of getting achievements or something, like you aren't feeling anything anymore? Happy's design is repurposed concept role was named Queen. Interesting. Narrator actually questions your choice and you try to stab her. Yeah. It's not just game development, it's for everything. Yeah, it's like, at what point, like, at some point you have to let things go. Because you can't just make something last. Like, the good feeling from first experiencing it, that feeling doesn't last. And it can be tainted. And it's like, what was I going to say? Like, I'm glad that I'm not achievement hunting again, because, like, it would force me to do things I wouldn't normally do, but I don't want this game to outstay its welcome. Like, I almost got that with Spiritfarer. Like, the closest thing I can relate to it with that particular theme is with Spiritfarer, where I won't spoil anything regarding that game, but there did come a point where I had, like, side quests that I could do, or, like, other collectibles that I could find, but I was like, there came a point where it felt like I was stalling. I was, like, stalling the inevitable ending. And it was like, what do I do here? Do I try to see everything that I can see in the game? Or do I just go to the end, which feels like natural? And, like, it's like, yeah, you don't want an experience to outstay its welcome. You don't want the feelings to fade. At some, like, the memories are fine, but you need something new. You need things to end. It's not natural to keep things going. Also recently learned that the song that plays during the dance is the song the developers play at their wedding. That's beautiful. That's so awesome. Consider yourself an absolute huge fan of this game and you don't have all the achievements. Yeah, it's also just a lot of work. There's a lot of achievements in this game. Just like with Squid Game's happening right in front of our eyes. Yeah, I don't think it'll be a while before I check out Squid Game, I think. Especially if they do any extra shows like in America or something. I don't think I'll check those out. For a long while at least. I think it's more fair you left Slay the Princess when you did. It's all about perspective after all. Some achievements are so obscure to get. Yeah, I know. It would be such a hard work. It'd be a lot of hard work getting all of the achievements. And yeah, it's all about perspective. I think that's why, like, even with like playing the game multiple times to get all of the routes, I didn't mind that. Each route felt new, and it felt so good to see them all, and it felt so good to engage with the game in that way. But, like, yeah, there does have to come, like, a natural stopping point, and I think I reached that. Like, I don't feel the need to go back to Slay the Princess. I think that I saw everything I wanted to see, and I was satisfied. You got more than most people that played it. Yeah, and to be fair, people who only stopped after one route, or after one, like, you know, full run, I completely understand that as well. And if they were satisfied with that, then that's completely okay. Most people get the princesses once and leave it at that. You went through some routes again. Yeah, like I did take requests for different variations of routes, and I'm glad I did because those were worth seeing. But yeah, there was something else I wanted to relate it to that now I'm forgetting again. Hang on, it'll come back to me. Look at them. Your first 5 routes were Prisoner, Apotheosis, Spectre, Damsel, and the Stranger. Then Pristinka come out. Your last playthrough was Cage, Apotheosis, Path of Princess, the Dragon, Stranger, and Happily Ever After. That feels very poetic. You were satisfied after that? Yeah, I get that. Yeah, Happily Ever After is beautiful in general. Also, this song, like, the song I Meant It is also incredibly beautiful. Probably one of my, besides Apotheosis and Princess and the Dragon, one of my other favorite songs in the game is probably I Meant It. It's a truly beautiful song. But there was something else. There was something else that I wanted to compare. Was it something to do with achievement hunting? No, it's all... Okay, so it's all about perspective is what it made me think of this. There was a video that had... that someone shared with me in the Discord about someone talking about Slay the Princess, and it was like... They talked about it like... Their first princess that they got was Thorn. And that truly, this was the video that I watched with a YouTuber doing like a game analysis on like the video was all about like player choice. And like not even player choice, but like how games reflect the player, or like how games reflect the personality of the player and something like that. And this person started with Thorn, and then they like got through the other 4 routes and got to the Shifting Mound, and they were like, they didn't like that as much because they had wished, ironically, kind of like the person who played just up until the quote-unquote good ending, just killed the princess and then did nothing else. This YouTuber thought that Slay the Princess was diluting the concept of reflecting the player's personality by having you play the game multiple times. This person was satisfied with just Thorn, and he said that like he didn't like, after going through the initial run, I don't remember what other princesses he got, but he was like, he didn't want to engage with the game beyond that because he didn't want to treat the princess like a toy. He didn't want to treat Slay the Princess like a game. And he said that there was like, he said that he didn't like the gallery either because like it incentivized people to go like hunting for images, and it incentivized people, like it was just another way the game was like diluting the thing of like reflecting the player's personality. He still liked the game, but he was like, he didn't like it as much because he thought that message was diluted. And it's like, yeah, it says that you've only platinumed 6 games on Steam. I think I've platinumed like 11 on PlayStation. I don't know what I've platinumed on Steam. Maybe like my total platinums would be 15. But anyway, it's like, I can kind of understand that perspective, but at the same time, I feel like it's kind of a fundamental misunderstanding of what Slay the Princess is trying to convey. Because, like, this YouTuber framed it in the context of the game is supposed to reflect the personality of the player. And like, it's not like it was like, he was like, because the game is trying to take into account so many different personalities, that's why it's being diluted. But in my opinion, the game is not reflecting the personality of the player. It's reflecting the concept of perception as a whole. And it's supposed to take into account, like, the reason why it has all these different routes is because there are so many different perspectives. And like, you are perfectly, like, one of the best things about the game, and one of the things that works so well with its themes, is that everyone is allowed to engage with them on their own terms. And in that way, yeah, the game is a reflection of the player's personality. But, like, it doesn't affect the quality of the game that there are multiple perspectives taken into account, because the whole point of perception is there are going to be perceptions that you won't consider. There are going to be perceptions outside of yours that you might be aware of, but it's up to you whether or not to engage with them. And so, like, with this YouTuber, he did not want to engage with those other perspectives because he did not want to treat the game like a toy. He did not want to treat the princess like a toy. And that's a perfectly valid thing, I think. But like, I don't think it's a knock against the quality of the game that the other perspectives are there, because like, even if you don't engage with them, I think the point is you are aware that they exist. You are aware that other perspectives besides your own exist. And so, yeah, that's just kind of my take on it. It's like, in my opinion, this YouTuber, it's a really good point, and it's a fascinating video. I actually think it's a good video, and I think he talks about his points very well. I just think he also kind of misunderstands what the point of the game is. Yeah, there are no wrong choices, but we feel like some routes are way more suited for a first run than others. Yeah. Kind of like, I don't like the game for being a game and not a linear path. Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like, I would have to, because he talks about like Undertale as well in that video, being being reflective of the player, and like how the like genocide route is specifically formed to like make you feel bad and like punish you for trying to achievement hunt, because you're not supposed to treat, like, the whole point of Undertale is that you're not supposed to treat it like a game. And in the genocide route, Undertale punishes you essentially for treating it like a game. So yeah, it's like, it's a very interesting point. It's a very fascinating video. I think it's very well put. Yeah, it's like complaining about cake being there instead of saying eat more cake. Don't need to engage with anything you don't want. Yeah, it shouldn't be treated that way. Perspective of the point. Yeah, you could argue that only the first route actually reflects the personality of most players, but the game as a whole reflects perception. Exactly. That's how I think of it. One can treat them like intrusive thoughts. That's a good way of looking at it. I actually didn't think about that, but that is a good way of looking at it. Yeah, all those personalities, shifting mound is the amalgamation of all of them. See, I also don't think he got that, because like he talked about it in the comments of the video as well, because some people were disagreeing with his take in a pretty big way, and he was like explaining himself in the comments, and he said that he didn't really like the shifting mound. He said that he saw the shifting mound only as like someone who wanted to be immortal forever. And I saw that, and I was like, and I don't mean offense when I say this, but I was like, that tells me that you fundamentally misunderstand what the Shifting Mound is and what Slay the Princess is. That's literally the opposite of what she wants. That's what I said. Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's not punishing. It only, it's only calling you out for just wanting to see, in a way that is punishing for Undertale. Like it is like, well, depending on your perception of it, it could be a punishment or not. But yeah, he did not complete the whole game. He only did one run. Yeah, she wants change. Yeah, he interpreted it as like she didn't want to die. Like she wanted to be immortal forever. And like, yeah, I saw that and I was like, that is so not the point of Shifting Mound. Like the whole point of Shifting Mound is that she wants to bring back death. Like death for her, while it's on her mind, is also like the least thing on her mind because it's an abstract concept. Yeah. Yeah, that just told me that this person, he fundamentally misunderstood what the game was actually trying to convey. It's still a fascinating video though. I will, again, I think it's a good video. I think he articulates his points very well. And it does make you think, I think. But at the same time, like I said, in my opinion, there are some fundamental misunderstandings in that video. Your second run Let's Play was kind of similar, but with more understanding. I formed a bond with these princesses, not you. This big important entity I don't know anything about. That's a very good interpretation of it. Of like, Shifting Mound, it's hard to have, well, it can be hard to have some kind of emotional attachment, and depending on how much you care about the little snippets you get to spend with her in between runs, in between routes. Death is a part of change. She is a concept of change. Yeah, this YouTuber did not get that. His interpretation was she was just someone who didn't want to die. But he did play several runs though. I've seen Eurobrady, bits and pieces of his run. I do want to watch all of it. I would love to, and I've heard, like, when I asked for recommendations for other perspectives, Eurobrady's was the one that got recommended most to me. So I'm looking forward to seeing that one. Yeah. Hello, Buttercup. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. As in, you kill characters to see what happens and thus stop caring about them. Yeah. Oh, sorry, I missed your previous one. I think it misses the point a bit of both Slay the Princess and Undertale, as under criticism, like mostly the fact that you replay the game in a way where you stop caring about the game. Or at the very least, you're going against the game design and not approaching the game with empathy. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I get that, yeah, like the whole point of it was like, you're not supposed to treat the game, I don't know. I would have to go back and rewatch the video to see exactly what he was saying, but I do get what you're saying as well. Saw someone who was very paranoid and not trusting, got the thorn and tried to keep taking the blade from her without speaking. When that didn't go well, he claimed she can never be trusted. Oh. He carried that through every version of the princess. That's actually kind of funny. That, like, that is a totally valid perspective, but also I feel like that comes with us, like, at least a little bit of a lack of self-awareness when it comes to your own choices and how your choices affect her. Love your videos when it accurately predicts the personalities and actions of the characters. That sounds a lot of fun. Just like Princess, you kind of always care about the princess. You don't think it's fair to compare. That I get. I get that. it's very weird when it comes to the theme of like reflecting the player's personality. It's very hard to do that, but I also think games that do that also, like, there's so many other themes going on that I don't know if there's any game that like can truly reflect the personality of the player. Do we rank the voices now? We can. Not gonna lie, my throat is hurting a little bit. I've done a lot of talking. Maybe if I talk like this, if I talk like very softly, we can do it. So that I don't completely destroy my throat with more talking. But I need to find images, don't I? But for now, this will become a soft-spoken voice ranking stream. Yeah, Ralsei voice, something like that. Susie, I don't want to learn how to dance on my own. You play because you want to see the different versions of the princess and thus want to know more about her. Yeah, exactly. Very funny when he got the voices of the paranoia and was like, this is the only one who understands anything, but refused to see that he was being a bit paranoid himself. That's very funny, actually. The game does a great job of saying what you're thinking, especially if you align with the voice that you get in Chapter 2. Yeah. Do I know about the Ralsei Blunt meme? No, I don't. More water. My water bottle does need refilled, but... Okay. So really quick, let me... Here, let me really quick switch... Where is it? Let me just really quick switch to this screen, just so I can... Let me see if I can search for the voices. I don't know what it's going to show, so just in case, yeah, I'm gonna keep it on this screen until I find the correct list. You know now? Okay, I'll have to look it up later. Main point is that Undertale criticizes the game for becoming emotionally distant from it, whereas people replace the princess to know the game better. Yeah. Like, it's like getting to know someone versus whether or not you treat them kindly. You've been loving my Deltarune playthrough? Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I've been really enjoying it too. It has been a lot of fun. I'm actually enjoying it a lot more than I thought I would. How does this look? Let me go to studio mode. It's like Chapter 1 was good, but like I didn't think I would. Like, I was having a hard time connecting with like the humor. Chapter 2 I think is way better. I think I'm connecting with Chapter 2 a lot more. Okay, that works out. Yeah, we can do that. Get out of studio mode, go back into this. Play that again. Actually, now that we've moved on to a different tier list, let's go ahead and slay the... Hang on. Does this exist? Wait, really?
Is that the scent of hope? Justice?
This is an Old Spice ad.
Citrus.
Okay, I found an hour loop of I Meant It. So that's what we're gonna go with for the music for this one. Post in the Discord memes channel. Heck yeah, by all means. Mistype, criticizing the player. Oh, okay. It's just, this is the beginning. Chapters get better as they go on. I'm looking forward to it. I've heard nothing but good things about chapters 3 and 4. Chapter 1 is nothing compared to later ones. Okay, cool. Listen to chapter 2. I think most people have preference for 2 over 1. Yeah. I think the voices ranking will vary much more depending on the person compared to the princesses. Every chapter I've just... I agree. I'm very curious to see how people feel about my takes. But every chapter has its strengths. True. I think chapter 1 does a really good job at setting things up. I just wish I connected with it more. Citrus. Of course, Contrarian's diagonal. That's really funny, actually. Okay, so let's start with Broken. Chapter 4 OST on loop for a week. I'm very much looking forward to listening to the Deltarune OST. I had someone request that I know a couple of people have said they want me to listen to the OST and pay attention to motifs and stuff like that. And I've said that motifs can be hard to pay attention to when you're in the middle of trying to dodge and do battles and stuff. But I love listening for motifs, so I'm very much looking forward to listening to the OST. Music's a little bit loud. Oh, thank you. I'm also talking quieter, so thank you for letting me know. Because he's concerned. Yeah, exactly. OST reaction? Maybe. I'm not ruling it out. It would be difficult because I have so I don't know how well reactions would go with my little PNG dude right here. But I'm down for it. Maybe. We'll see. All right. So first up we have Broken. How do I just want to go with traditional ranks for this? Or do I want to edit this? Trying to consider what would I do if I were to do custom tiers for this? Here, I think I'll go with how does that look? They are kind of just personalities. Yeah, so I think most memorable moments, pretty cool little guy, and overhyped, I think are where I'm going to. Here, overhyped or didn't connect with me personally. And hot take, I don't know if that's a hot take or not, but Broken for me is just kind of meh. All of the moments, I mean, just see how this one goes after the Spectre slander. Hey, I did not slander Spectre. Spectre's amazing. She is just not, she's not as funny as Razor or Adversary. Yeah, Broken. All of the moments after Pristine Cut, I would put Broken highly, to be honest. Got a lot of great moments as updated characters that he's in. I definitely understand that. I just think that, like, all of his moments were a bit overhyped, in my opinion. Especially like I said, the one in the cage. I think I was expecting the way people were hyping up his interaction. I was expecting it to be a lot more substantial. And granted, I do like that he is understanding. I do really love the dynamic he has with the cage. But, like, he also doesn't really have a whole lot of dialogue in the cage anyway. Even when he's there, I feel like his dialogue, he just doesn't feel all that present compared to Skeptic. But, yeah, I mean, he's fine. But, yeah, none of his moments, even his hype moments just didn't hit for me in the way I was hoping they would. People shouldn't overhype stuff. I mean, like, people were excited for it. I don't mind that. It was also, like, people were specifically requesting that I do those. Hello, some guy. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. I don't think it's sad that I didn't connect with Broken. I just don't think that, like, there were a lot more moments that were all of the emotional moments that I remember from Slay the Princess, none of them involve Broken. Like, I don't feel like I connected with Broken really as a voice, and I, like, in Tower, he is, I love his characterization. I love him in Tower, and I do love him in the cage. I just think there are moments that I connected with more, or, like, laughed at more and stuff like that. Have you seen his moment in Apotheosis, the one where you fight against her with Paranoid? It's really good. I have seen it. That was good. Like, Paranoid and Broken coming together to fight Apotheosis, that was really good. But, yeah, I think that's where I would put Broken personally. Cheated. I would put Cheated as a pretty cool little guy. I think Cheated has some really good moments. Razor is so funny. And Cheated contributes to that a lot. I also do think he is good in Thorn. I think he's alright in the cage as well. Overall, I think that, like, his overall demeanor just leads to a lot of really funny moments that I think made things just, like, very memorable. But especially in Razor. I think mainly it's Razor that elevates Cheated for me. I don't know. What do you guys think? How do you guys feel about Cheated? His best moment's definitely Razor. Hello, Sue. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. Broken is in your top 3 voices, but if you didn't connect with him, that's fine. I really like his capacity for empathy. That's, like, I definitely understand that. And, like, part of me, like, I do wish I liked Broken more. And like, I don't get me wrong, just like there are no bad routes in terms of princesses, I don't think there are any bad voices either. This is not to say that any of these are bad. Broken is a good voice. I think his characterization is really good. I think his moments are really good. It's just that in terms of where they rank, he just doesn't rank high for me compared to the other voices. And like, regarding his capacity for empathy, I get that a lot of people like him in the cage specifically because of his empathy. I think, but like, I guess I was just expecting more. Like, I was expecting that to have a more substantial impact on the route, I guess. Cheated is cool. Razor perfect woman. Guess you're biased towards Broken as well, because before Pristine Cut, he rarely gets anything cool, but when the updates came out, proud of the new moments with the boy. Can we be honest, the voices didn't really matter that much for me. That's fair. Also, Sunny, I did see your chat quoting Cheated on the stream, but for some reason the actual chat censored it. But I wanted to let you know that I appreciated you quoting Cheated in his moment with Razor. Cheated is funny but doesn't have enough moments besides Razor. Yeah, I think that's why I'm not putting him as most memorable. It was the stories of the princesses. Yeah, that's completely fair, Aditya. All right, yeah, if it wasn't, I'm not gonna lie, if it wasn't for Razor, Cheated would probably be here, because like, I feel like Cheated doesn't get a lot to do. Like, he's good, but like Razor elevates him up to here. So that's where I'm kind of on with it. Cold is hard because like, I could easily see him going into either of these routes or either of these tiers, because he's really good in the Spectre. He's really good, like his interaction's really good in Gray. He's really good in Fury. Cold is so good. You'll defend Cold with your life. Cold is cool. Cold feels boring. So off-putting because it's what he is. I can see, like... You know what? I feel like I will put Cold under most memorable. Gray, Fury, Spectre, Moment of Clarity. Because, like, I feel like Cold has one of the most unique perspectives of everyone in, like, being unfeeling. And I feel like that leads him to have a lot of unique dialogue. Cold is your favorite other than Hero? It's been some time, so maybe you don't remember all of Cold moments. Cold is great, especially in, I think my favorite Cold moment would probably be in Fury. Both routes. Both versions of the Fury. Cold is your favorite other than Hero? I totally understand that. I totally understand why you guys like Cold. The problem with Cold is that the best of his moments are dependent on other voices. That's fair. I can also see that. The combo of Stubborn and Hunted in the Den, that was cool. I can also, yeah, like that. Yeah, them working together to take down the Den, that was really cool. He doesn't usually take the spotlight, but he's really helpful when he's there with you. Yeah, like, and I think especially in the Fury, like his interactions with Opportunist and Hero and the narrator in Spectre and Princess and the Dragon are good. Gray with the Smitten is good, but I think my favorite is with the Fury, and I think that does put him in under most memorable moments because, like, yeah, the Fury is one of the most memorable moments. The Contrarian effectively voted against killing the princess in Dragon. I think the point is, I think he abstained. I don't think the Cold voted. He just wanted something to happen, I think is what people had figured out, maybe. But he did technically not vote to kill the princess, so. They had a plurality in the sense that most people voted for killing the princess. So Hero voted to not kill. Opportunist and narrator voted to kill. So I think, yeah, if Cold abstains, you technically wouldn't have a majority, but you would have a plurality if Cold had abstained. Because they didn't say we had a tie. If Cold had voted to not kill the princess, I feel like they would have said they had a tie. But it wasn't tied. They had a plurality. Oh, you're good, Sonny. It's all good. That moment is very hard. Is kind of hard to interpret, to be fair. About Deltarune, do you know about the branching paths? I have no idea. I know that there's things that people want me to see that could change the trajectory of different things, but I don't know how many endings there are. But yeah, please no spoilers regarding Deltarune. I'd rather Deltarune reveal its hand regarding different paths on its own terms. Will I do those things? I have no idea. We will find out when we get there. We'll find. We'll see when we get there. For now, I'm just going to let Deltarune reveal its hand on its terms. All right, Contrarian. I'm pretty comfortable putting Contrarian under most memorable moments. Don't worry about it. We can do it after chapter 4 if you want. Fair. Perfect. That works for me. I am fine with putting Contrarian under most memorable moments. He was my first voice with Stranger, being my introduction to the game. He's really funny during Razor. And like, can we throw her out the window? You just love the way Contrarian speaks. Contrarian is kind of meh for me. He's a one-trick pony. I get that, but he made me laugh so many times. Your favorite little guy? Yeah. Yeah, Razor and Stranger are such... Like, Contrarian really helps enhance those routes, I feel. Even if he doesn't have a big role to play in Razor, he's still just really funny. What other routes is he in? Oh yeah, he's in Apotheosis. Oh yeah, he is the one who lets you throw the dagger into Apotheosis' eye. That was a very unexpected turn, because like you couldn't pierce her chest, and then she grabs you and he's like, let's give her something to remember her by, and like, it's not gonna work, and then it does work. You mostly like how people draw him in fan art. Sometimes they depict him as a white crow. That's actually pretty cool. In the Fury, Contrarian and Stubborn work together to defeat her is cool. I don't remember if I got that or not. Did I get that? I don't remember if I saw that. That is really cool, actually. I feel like he is in Fury, but it's like super specific. I think it's like through... Is it through Adversary that you can get Contrarian? Moment that I don't think is talked enough with Contrarians in the moment. Who am I? What is I? It's you find the adversary unarmed. Oh, okay. Then I must have gotten it. Because I did do that. Oh yeah, you can keep pushing as the Fury tears you apart, and then when you reach her, they strike her with nothing. His tone was completely different. Also true. So yeah, I think I'm comfortable putting Contrarian in most memorable moments. Alright, the hero. I mean, obviously, we gotta, like... The hero is the hero. He's present during every single run. He has some really good dialogue, some really funny dialogue, some really emotional dialogue. I would like to see a bird. He like, the ending entirely belongs to him. Like, for every memorable moment from all of these other branching voices, the hero is always a part of it. I love how when he talks, Quiet's body has such soft eyes. Yeah, the goodest boy, the real one, real, hero is best boy. I'm glad we're all in agreement. Hero is the much needed straight man. He's the goat, and of course the dialogues of others are made even funnier because of his reactions. Yeah, the hero feels like the generic good guy, but that's intentional. Really do like him. Yeah, I mean, that is... Yeah, that's basically what he's there for, to be the generic good guy, but also the person who reacts to everything. And the voice of reason, in a way. And that's, like, the best part about him. But yeah, like, he's so funny. There's the theory that Hero is the original voice of the Long Quiet. I could see that. I could absolutely see that. Like, but yeah, it's like... we're clearly already in the cabin. I would like to see a bird. All of those, they're just so good. According to Johnny, if Quiet were to have a voice, it would just be a depressed hero. Interesting. I like that. But yeah, not a whole lot much more to say about that. Not complicated at all. Hero is definitely up there as one of the most memorable. The hero is essentially a manifestation of the Long Quiet's consciousness. Yeah. When Nera spits Long Quiet and Shimon is effectively a death. Yeah. Everyone's on the same page. Alright. Hunted. I feel like Hunted isn't given a lot to do. Like, obviously he's in, like, Den and Beast and Wild. Den, Beast, Wild. Like Hunted, feel like he's often overlooked. Okay, let me hear your defense of Hunted, Sonny. Let me hear your defense of Hunted, because, like, the reason why I'm leaning towards putting him here is because compared to everyone else, I just feel like he doesn't get a lot of memorable moments. Like, I just don't feel like Hunted is really given a lot to do. Pretty underrated. He gets the best fight moments, but doesn't get much outside of them. Hunted needs a hug. He has Ultra Instinct. That's fair. I feel like his most shining moment was probably Eye of the Needle. I would say. The fight in Eye of the Needle is really good. I mean, like, those fight sequences are really cool, to be fair. I'd be willing to put him here. I would be willing to put Hunted under Pretty Cool Little Guy. Putting him on the spot. You don't have to be fair, Sonny. If you don't want to explain your reasoning, you don't have to. Hunted's entire priority is keeping you safe, and he will become feral to do it. He's like the fighting counterpart of Paranoid. He's also the one who makes you last the longest against Razor if you initially have him in chapter 2. Okay. These are things I don't think I saw that. And I also didn't see I did not see Hunted at his most feral. Like, I did not embrace instinct during the den. And I feel like maybe if I had, I would have gotten a way, like, more memorable moment with Hunted. He's what keeps you alive in Eye of the Needle and Beast and Den. He always wants you to follow your instincts. Like how he sounds. He really sounds like he doesn't want to talk too much to say hidden. I do like his voice. That is true. All right. You know what? You've convinced me. I'll put him here. He's definitely not going here, but I'll put him here. One must also imagine Hunted's version of piloting Quiet is on all fours. That would be funny. At that point, he would actually be a dragon. But, okay. I'll put Hunted here. You guys have convinced me. Or maybe I'd put him, like, in between here. But I'll put him here for now. All right. Opportunist. I mean, I definitely didn't connect. The thing with Hunted is he cares about here and now and your physical you, but the nature of the game, your body doesn't matter that much. That's why he's underrated. That's fair. That's actually a really good interpretation. Opportunist. I mean, I didn't connect with him. That's the main reason I'm putting him in this tier. In terms of his purpose, like what he is meant to represent, he's great at what he does. He is absolutely a fantastic character in his own right. Opportunists love to hit him. Opportunist is a bad guy, but also say he makes for a very good antagonist. Love how slimy Opportunist sounds when he talks. Yeah, such a slimy guy. He doesn't get a great moment where he's not screwing you over, but he is great at what he does. Exactly. Like, he's great at what he does. I'm fully acknowledging that. I feel like I should put him mid-tier just because of Dragon. I mean, I'd be willing to do that. I feel like Broken should not be in this tier alone. You know what? There. We're just gonna do these two tiers. Broken being alone is thematically resonant. That's so funny. That's actually hilarious. I think it's fine where he is, even the other voices want him to shut up. That's fair. It's fine to have your own opinions. I know, but it's like, don't connect with them. You can put them in their own tier. Opportunist is the intrusive thoughts. That is true. Yeah, I feel like this one. I feel like this one's a lot more controversial. Maybe. We'll do that. Because like, yeah, I want to be clear that there aren't any like bad voices. So I think I would put Broken and Opportunist on about the same. Because like, yeah, Broken is an insane, or sorry, Opportunist is an insanely good voice. Didn't connect with him on a personal level. Doesn't have a lot. Well, Princess and the Dragon. Actually, who is the most memorable? Actually, I would say the most memorable voice in Princess and the Dragon is the princess. But other than that, I think all of them get like kind of equal roles. Although, Opportunist is the one who takes control of the body. But yeah, in terms of what his purpose is, great voice. In terms of voices I connect with, nah. Alright, Paranoid. I'm gonna put him there. Paranoid's not my favorite. But he gets some really fun moments. He in both Apotheosis and in Nightmare. Love how in Dragon everyone mistakes him for narrator first. That's also true. It's like, who could he really be? But yeah, Paranoid is really good in both Nightmare and Apotheosis. I also, like, in Happily Ever After, he was alright before he was replaced. Did you guys hear that in Happily Ever After, Paranoid was replaced with Skeptic? Because they thought the dialogue fit Skeptic better than Paranoid. Yeah, they completely revoiced. It's all the same dialogue. They completely they kept all of the dialogue as is, but they have Skeptic voice it instead of Paranoid. Hang on, I have to sneeze. Yeah, Heart, Lungs, Liver, Nerves is so iconic. It is very iconic. Feels a good change. Skeptic, you feel that Skeptic deserves to be there. Nightmare Rat was way too good. Quickly rise him to your favorite voice. I can see the thing that's so good about Slay the Princess is I completely see all of those perspectives. Like, I can absolutely understand why Paranoid would be your favorite voice. But yeah, I did read the, like, notes for why they decided to do it, and they said, like, it kind of felt like Paranoid was just there that he didn't really need to be there. They also said that like since the Pristine cut, Skeptic didn't really have a moment because they removed the moment in Prisoner where Skeptic convinces you to take the head with you so that it was easier for players to be led into the cage route. And so when they removed that, Skeptic didn't really have a moment of his own. And then also at the very end, when in like the Damsel, I believe, where it was like, or I don't remember where it was, but it was like love turned to skepticism, and yet we both found our way. Or something like that. They said that they saw that line and they couldn't not like put Skeptic in there. And like Skeptic is all about questioning things, and all of that dialogue in Happily Ever After is about questioning things. So Skeptic, I think while I haven't heard the dialogue in Skeptic's voice, I do understand that it could fit better. What happened in the Pristine cut with Skeptic, they didn't, when they added the cage, in order to make it easier for players to find the cage, they removed the moment where Skeptic convinces you to take the head of the prisoner with you. Guess it makes sense. Doesn't mean you have to like it though. That's fair. That's fair, Sonny. Yeah, in terms of my own view, I don't like Paranoid is like high in my rankings. I don't think I can really call him a favorite though. I don't know. Like, it is really iconic, but like, I just think I like other voices more. And then, yeah, Skeptic is next. And honestly, I think I'd put Skeptic here too. I think, like, Skeptic has really interesting moments. Through Prisoner, Cage, The Den. Those are all extremely memorable moments, and like, I actually love Skeptic because he's the one who questions a lot of things. And like, that's kind of like how I like to approach things as well. He's very relatable, I think. That's in the Deconstructed Damsel in the Shifting Man. Your lover drives sick in your body, and another. Okay. Yeah, in the Deconstructed one, because it's like because the specific route that you would take to get to Paranoid was in the Deconstructed, like, you would stop it just before she got fully deconstructed. So it would kind of be the same, where it's like love turned to skepticism. So like, Skeptic, like, in that moment, what led you to Happily Ever After was skepticism. So yeah, that was their logic that they said for another reason why they replaced the voice. Yeah, love turned to skepticism, and you pulled layer after layer after layer, and all you got left with was the knowledge that you did not know me. Yeah. Could never connect with Skeptic. He feels like the meta gamer type, which you don't really connect with in games. Skeptic probably my least favorite voice. My first voice, so I'm kind of biased, but I agree that he gets too few moments. So yeah, he's like, I appreciate that he questions things because I like questioning things, but I do see the like meta gamer like comparison and like there is such a thing as questioning too much. Fascinating that some people really hate Skeptic. You quite like him a lot. Hey, that's fair. And like I said, I think it's so cool that there are so many perspectives present. Like this, the themes of this game are so easy to lean into, and so easy to carry on outside of the game. It goes a little far sometimes, but all the voices are extremes. That's true. Kind of the same reason you don't like when people get Stranger on their very first run. Every voice is too much of itself. That's very fair. That's 100% true. But yeah, I think like there is such a thing as questioning too much, and I think that's kind of what holds me back from calling him a favorite. Each voice actor where they are the most extreme, which is cool. Yeah. So yeah, overall I think that's where I would put Skeptic. Smitten. Remember the line that maybe love hunted, she hurts, we should help. Oh, is that that's from Den, isn't it? That is a really good line, to be fair. No idea how this experience works. How did I become #1? I've been so quiet in the back half of the stream. That, I have no idea, actually. That's very fair. I'll have to look into how the XP system works. You know what? Let's Google it. How do you earn XP as a chatter? We're gonna really quick derail the stream for a second just to see YouTube chat XP. YouTube is rolling out an engagement leaderboard, it seems. Hang on, let me see. Live leaderboard for top fans. Leaderboard reflects and ranks each viewer's engagement in a live stream. Viewers earn points by actively engaging during the stream, and the leaderboard displays the audience ranking based on their total points. The more viewers engage, for example, via live chats, messages, super chats, super stickers, or gifts, the higher the rank may be in the leaderboard. As the viewers engage with the live stream, they'll notice the crown icon on top of the chat. So the kissing icon will take the viewers directly to the leaderboard. Clicking on this icon, we'll see the top 50 engaged viewers. Not for me, apparently. It doesn't let me see the most engaged viewers. Top 50 engaged viewers. Okay, interesting. I have no clue. No clue at all. Hold on. That's okay. At least I get to be the perfect woman for a short period of time. That's really funny. Hello, Death Call. I'm glad you could join us. Every day is going well. Smitten the goat. Derailed. You're fine, Vermilia. Don't know why this is a good idea. First time I've ever actively chatted in live chat in the 13 years. But that's really awesome. I'm glad you felt inspired to do this. I think it's a mix of how frequent and how long the messages are. Maybe. More than metagamer, I think is more aligned with conspiracy theory territory, specifically in Cage. That's also true. I think that's like, yeah, such a thing as questioning too much. The conspiracy, yeah, that's, yeah. It's actually impressive that Smitten is also one of the voices with the least chapters, but is also still memorable with each chapter he appears in. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that you guys are feeling so inspired to engage with this. I love this. Princess Brainrot. But, okay, so Smitten. Smitten actually absolutely chews up the scenery in every chapter he's in. Smitten, or Damsel, Happily Ever After. Even though he has no dialogue in Happily Ever After, still one of the biggest factors of that chapter. Thorn obviously gets the kiss. Razor obviously gets the look. Even in Gray, the burned Gray, his dynamic with Cold. Smitten has led to some of the most, number one, some of the most funny dialogue and some of the most memorable moments in the game. You were the one who wrote the long narrative theory what the backstory is. I remember that. I remember that in my comments. I always appreciated your comments, Sonny. They were very nice. I love hearing other people's thoughts. So the Princess is one of your favorite games. You're very surprised how much you like it. Honestly, I didn't know how much when I first started playing, I didn't know how much I would like it because I knew it was a horror game, and horror games I don't have a lot of experience with, but I'm very glad that it turned out the way it turned out. Pretty much the first stream you've engaged with in the live chat. I'm so happy. All the little Princess Brain Rot. Yeah, even people who hate Smitten, I feel like I gotta give him credit. He's so delusional, and that makes him so powerful. Yeah, I'm so happy that you guys feel inspired to engage with this. This is a lot of fun. Like, genuinely, thank you guys. You guys are, this conversation, making this stream so much fun. But yeah, Smitten, yeah, some of the funniest dialogue, some of the most memorable moments, some of the most unique moments. Yeah, between the look and the kiss and Happily Ever After, the entirety of Damsel with the Cold and the Gray. I also said, someone asked me in the comments which interaction I would want to see the most out of all the voices. And my answer was Smitten and Stubborn. It makes me a little bit sad that Smitten and Stubborn never appear in the same run besides the runs where all the voices appear. Because I would love to see the banter that could happen between Stubborn and Smitten. And speaking of Stubborn, I feel basically the same way about Stubborn that I do about Smitten. Some of the funniest, most memorable moments in the game between he can't do that, he's not the decider, and yet it's done. Yeah, that is such a, like, especially the way that's voiced, and yet it's done, isn't it? Like, that's so good. But yeah, for Stubborn, between Adversary, honestly, Adversary and Fury kind of like alone put Stubborn towards the top for me. And then yeah, some of just the funniest lines between behold the perfect woman, and yeah, if we're nothing, why are we still here? I'm not gonna try to voice that because, like I said, my throat is hurting. But yeah, I don't want to try to voice that fully. But you killed her, I kill you. I don't know if I got that line actually in my playthrough. But yeah, and then also like I think my first encounter with the Stubborn was in the den. When I went through the den for the first time, and that was also really cool. And those all made for extremely memorable moments when we were like fighting the den to the death, and yeah, the whole thing with the Adversary of like him bringing us back, and I think like yeah, the Fury especially. It's a perfect time to appreciate Johnny's skill of making these 13 different voices feel so similar yet unique. Yeah. Jonathan Sims, incredible voice actor. All of these voices feel so good. And I want to, like, again, I want to emphasize, like, my tier list is just one of millions of different perspectives. Like, the fact that these voices are also different, and all represent so many different personalities, and all represent, like, all will mean different things to different people. Oh, I guess he's not. I guess narrator is not on the list. Where would narrator be ranked? I mean, narrator is kind of like hero, in my opinion, I guess. He appears in every run. He has really funny and memorable moments. I would put narrator under most memorable moments, I think. Yeah, because... yeah, just like... number one, the sheer voice acting talent of feeling all the different emotions. Number two, yeah, memorable by default, pretty much. Very funny dialogue, very memorable moments. I think that's the main thing. That's the main way I'm ranking these. It's not really like just like with the princesses. It's not, my ranking is not really based on who did I like the most. I'm more even though that is a little bit of a factor, I'm more factoring in who is the most memorable. And for me, I think these 5, but I think especially Hero, Smitten, and Stubborn. And then, like, Contrarian comes in, like, very close. I think Cold is, like, out of these 5 is, like, the least for me in terms of memorable moments. Just because for me personally, Smitten and Stubborn, like, especially Smitten and Stubborn, if we're not counting the hero, Smitten and Stubborn, most memorable in terms of, like, if we were to go back to my princess tier list, like Fury and Happily Ever After are, like, basically my 2 highest ones. And I also did get Stubborn during the Wild as well. That was another one where I had Stubborn, even though he didn't play as big of a role in that. You're maybe a little weird, but you don't really like the Stubborn, but you really like Fury, specifically on the adversaries route. That's 100% fair. Like, it's not going to be for everyone. That's kind of what I was saying. Like, there's so many different perspectives. And, like, that's one of the best things about this game for me, is how much the game can be carried out over into the outside world, because it's all about perspective, and because just as human beings in our very nature, we have such a wide range of perspectives. This list is not going to look the same for everyone. In fact, this list might be entirely unique to just me. I knew what you meant, Sue. And so, like, that's such a brilliant thing about Slay the Princess, and that is why, like that's why I'm doing this stream. That's why that's why it's become one of my favorite games of all time, and possibly my favorite Let's Play of all time. The only one that really comes close the only one that really compares is Tunic, which scratches a very different itch compared to Slay the Princess. But yeah, like, I think these might change, like, over of course, like, and that's the other thing, these rankings might change based on time. Like, over time, I could learn new things, or I could recontextualize different scenes in my head to where maybe I feel different ways about them. And this list could change over time. And that's okay. It is okay for your opinions to change. And it's okay for your opinions to be influenced based on new information. But, yeah, Tunic is so good, too. Tunic's incredible. I don't know... I think you did watch my Let's Play. I think I remember you commenting on it. Bullied my friend into playing Tunic after Slay the Princess. He doesn't doubt my taste in games anymore. That's so funny. I hope your friend enjoys it. But yeah, one of my favorite, to this day, one of my proudest moments of the entire channel is translating Tunic's language. You watched it twice? I appreciate that. Thank you. Personal ranking used to change on a weekly basis as well. Yeah, like this, yeah. If I were to do this again, like a year from now, or maybe even a month from now, this might not look the same. She loves it so much we were brain rotting for weeks after. Great. I love that. Love to hear it. But yeah, I think that's it. There's nothing really else for me to rank. I do have to use the restroom really quick, so I'll be right back. And then we can come back and like chat a little bit more before wrapping up stream. So yeah, I'll be right back. Tunic is a really good it's a Zelda-like, essentially. It's a lot like Zelda. You're essentially exploring a world on your own terms. There's a lot of secrets to find. It has Souls-like elements. There's like dodging and parrying and stuff like that. Well, not really parrying, but there's like dodging and stuff, and like a little bit of Souls-like combat. But there's also a lot of puzzles and hidden puzzles, hidden secrets. There's so much. The game goes so deep, and the way it brings it all together, it's just really good. I highly recommend going in blind. It's such a wonderful experience. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break while I use the restroom, and then I'll be right back and we can chat a little bit more. Your friend translating Tunic herself too. That's awesome. This has been fun. The Slay the Princess theme mixing with the whole music is kind of fire. That's hilarious, actually. I almost forgot to mute it, and so I came back to mute it, but maybe it was good. I can't hear the hold music on my end. I can only hear the Slay the Princess theme. Hello, hello. All right, so I guess before did I rank the best princess the Brent? What is the Brent? Is that a meme? What is that? Also, I know we're like kind of on the tail end of the stream, but feel free to ask me any questions. Anything about Slay the Princess, anything about my rankings or any clarifications on things, or like, I guess, anything in particular. I'm opening it up to questions if you guys have any. Before you go, these are your top 5 princesses and voices since you wasn't here before. All right, yeah, by all means. I would love to hear them. I would love to hear other people's perspectives. In fact, everyone, if everyone wants to post their like top 3 or top 5 princesses and or voices in the chat, I would love to see them. I would love to see. I know some of you already posted them in the comments of my last Slay the Princess video, but if you want to post them again, just so we can compare. Cold, smitten, hunted. Okay. Understandable, understandable. Hero, stubborn, and paranoid. Okay. Contrarian, smitten, opportunist. Interesting. Okay. So I am seeing some overlap between my stuff and your guys' stuff. Oh. Welcome to Caius and Sunny. Welcome to the Discord. I didn't realize you weren't already in there. But I now see your memes. Hilarious. Love it. Hello, Silver Star. I'm glad you joined us. Every day is going well. Alright, favorite voices are Hero, Cold, and Contrarian. Okay, Paranoid is also great. Love that. Deconstructed Damsel, The Moment of Clarity, Happily Ever After, The Fury where she breaks you apart but you survive the cold or Broken, and The Stranger. That's so interesting. That feels so different from mine. But in a very good way. Because I don't remember when you got here, but my top 5 were Fury, but the other one. Well, all the ones that ended up in my top tier were Fury, where you fight her and like Stubborn keeps bringing you back, and she says you are nothing, an empty void that dared dream was alive. Princess and the Dragon, Thorn, Happily Ever After. Was there another one? Oh, Networked Wild. Those were the 5 that made it into my top tier. Probably post your full tier list in the Discord by all means. Didn't know there was a Discord? Well, better late than never. You're there now, and you are welcome. Voices: Paranoid, Hero, Broken, Smitten, Contrarian. I'm loving hearing all of these. Yeah, for the princesses aside from yeah, Thorn, Prince of the Dragon, Happily Ever After. Next 5 are Apotheosis, Networked Wild, Fury, Cage, and The Prisoner. Okay, yeah, all of those also like appeared in my like below the tier below my top. Yeah, Happy, Dragon, Spectre, Thorn, Networked Wild, yeah. Skim through it, so okay, cool. Top 5 is hard. Path of the Dragon, Happily Ever, wow, I don't know why I keep saying Path of the Dragon all of a sudden. Princess and the Dragon, Happily Ever After, Spectre, Thorn, either Wilds or Razor. Okay. This is so cool. Like, I'm seeing some overlap, but also some big differences. Kindred Room, in like every while watching, now kind of have to watch my Let's Play. I hope you enjoy it. Vega's really cool, but I feel like the princess isn't the one carrying it. It's more the general situation. The princess is mostly just overdosed on sympathy and forgiveness. I can see that take. In my opinion, I think it's like, I don't know, I just really like the dialogue. It's a very unique, tender moment that feels like very understanding. Like, even with the situation, like having like the part where you both like collapse into the grass and the achievement reads knows you better than knows yourself, and it's like an empathetic heart. Like, I really felt that in that moment. It's like a rare moment of being able to see what she sees in a way that just like really resonated with me. Plus, it's one of my favorite Princess and the Dragon is one of my favorite music tracks in the game. Kind of cheated putting 2 of the damsels, but favorites are favorites. That's fair. Might need to fish out your sketch for Princess in the Quiet, Broke Out of the Construct. By all means, if you want to post it in the Discord, I'd love to see it. In one of the Princess and the Dragon variants, she beats me down and kills me, so it's got a little room for variance. That's also fair. I did not see that one. And that's also really cool that even within the routes that I have seen, there is stuff that I haven't seen that you guys have seen, so and that also influences your guys' perspective. So yeah, this has been really fantastic. I really enjoyed this stream. And I hope you guys did too. Like, I wasn't sure. I've never done something like this before. I wasn't sure what to expect going in, but I love that you guys have been so have been so engaged. The worst option you can do in Princess and the Dragon is leaving her after separating. Then she says, "What did I do to deserve you?" And Cold responds, "Nothing." Wow. Yeah, that's pretty awful. Didn't understand much, but it was still fun. You will. If you watch my Let's Play, you'll get it. Stream good? Thank you. And since we're at the tail end of the stream, Sunny, congratulations on being the perfect woman. Congrats. Round of applause. Even when Cold is feeling sorry for her, you know you've done something terrible. Yeah. I can't imagine doing that. I would not want to. I could not do that. I don't want to see that at all, actually. It was like but this was like a thing of I don't know, hot potato or musical chairs. Whoever ended up with it at the end won. So, yeah. Vermilia, you came close. You're the second perfect woman. Your princess name would be the Yapper. Fair enough. Aaron, congratulations on being the third perfect woman, apparently. All right, but with that, I think we're going to go ahead and end the stream, wrap things up for the day. Thank you everybody so much for coming to the stream. I really do appreciate it, genuinely. This was so much fun. You guys make these streams that much more special. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Vermilia. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Gingerveer. Thank you, Mishamaru. Thank you, Silver Star. Thank you, Sue. Thank you, Buttercup. Thank you, JMT. I don't know who all has left and who is here and who's not. Thank you, Death Call. If I missed your name, thank you for being here. If you couldn't stay for the whole thing, thank you for staying for as long as you did. And if you're watching the VOD in the future, thank you as well. Your support truly means a lot. If you haven't already, please consider subscribing, ring the bell, all that good stuff. Don't 100% need to worry about that. Just it's there if you're interested. Same with Blue Sky, Ko-Fi, and Discord. Those are all there in the description if you're interested. And yeah, seeing everyone's opinions was a lot of fun. Princess name would be the Confused. See you soon in the Delta Room comment section with the 10-page essay on why Birdly is amazing and powerful. Oh boy, I look forward to it. I'm very curious to see what your opinion is going to be on what I have to say on Birdly a couple parts from now. But that will have to wait until a couple parts from now. So, or maybe even next part. I don't remember what the last part was. But, yeah. With that, that'll do it for the stream. Hopefully I'll be streaming again at some point in the near future, because I have a lot of stuff that I want to stream. My princess name would be the Imperfect Woman. You guys are fantastic. Thank you guys so much. Alright. Goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your day. He has 900 HP. Oh, wow. I will see you next time in Deltarune, or Clair Obscure, or Blueprints, or a next stream, whatever you want to see me in next. Goodbye, arrivederci, sayonara, adios, all of that good stuff. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night.